Dispute Resolution Commission recommended that Tobago's allocation fall between 4.03% and 6.9% of the national budget, Tobago has consistently received allocations closer to the minimum of 4.03%. Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lead the charge by filing a motion in the House calling on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than 5.8% of the national spend to Tobago, which would adequately fund the island's critical development priorities. This Thursday, September 26th, from 1:30 p.m., debates resume with the 33rd sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. As always, our doors are open and all channels are clear. Tune in or come in. Either way, don't miss it. All eyes and ears will focus on the Parliament.
Let us now pray. O Almighty God, as we have come together to begin our meeting of the Assembly, we humbly beseech you to grant to all our members the light and guidance of your Holy Spirit, that we may wisely take counsel together and come to such decisions as shall promote your glory and the well-being of all our citizens in this our land, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be enjoyed by all people. Grant this for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Members, you may be seated.
Oath of allegiance of a new member. Announcements by the presiding officer.
Honorable members, I have received leave of absence from today's sittings from Assemblyman Dr. Faith B. Israel, member for Belgarden, Glamorgan, Councillor Tashia Boris, Assemblyman Megan Morrison, member for Mount St. George Goodwood, and Assemblyman Natisha Charles Pantin, member for Bagatelle Bacalet. The leaves are granted. Honorable members, as we convene after our period of recess, I extend a heartfelt welcome back to each and every one of you. I trust that this time afforded us the opportunity to recharge, reflect, and refocus as we prepare to continue our service to the people of Tobago with renewed energy and determination. As presiding officer, I wish to emphasize my commitment to ensuring that this honorable House operates with the highest level of integrity, transparency, and efficiency. I expect each of us to remain steadfast in our duties and uphold the values and respect and accountability that are afforded to this institution. Let us engage in robust debates, yet remain united in our collective goal of improving the lives of the people we represent. I would also like to take this moment to express my heartfelt and deepest gratitude to Mrs. Alana Nadine Henry for her exemplary service as Clerk of the Assembly. Her dedication and professionalism has been an asset to this honorable House, and we are truly thankful for the contributions she has made during her tenure. At this time, it is my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to our new clerk, Mr. Lincoln Nelson. Mr. Nelson, we are excited to work with you, and I have every confidence that under your stewardship, the administrative affairs of this assembly will continue to be handled with the utmost diligence and excellence. To all our honorable members, please adhere to the protocols of this chamber. All phones must be set to silent. That includes members of the gallery. Failure to comply would result in your immediate removal. During the recess period, I hope that you did some deep introspection. Let us treat one another with mutual respect, decorum, and dignity, setting a positive example, especially for our youth who are watching. As we move forward, let us embrace the work that lies ahead with purpose, collaboration, and a renewed sense of duty to the people of Tobago. Thank you, and I look forward to a productive session ahead.
Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet. Assembly laws brought back from Parliament. Petitions, papers.
Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy.
And the Tobago House of Assembly monthly budget report as at the end of June 2024.
Presentation of reports from Dispute Resolution Commission, select committees. Chief Secretary's questions.
Minority Councillor, Mrs. Petal Danielle Benoit.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, question number 1 to the Chief Secretary.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. I'm happy, Madam Presiding Officer, this is a question that was delayed for detailed information. However, after receiving the detailed information, I'm advised that the matter is currently before the court, and therefore any response to this matter may prejudice the outcome of the case.
Minority Councillor. Question 10, Chief Secretary.
Question number 10 to the Chief Secretary.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you. For the Caribbean Council's 2024 annual reception, business and investment seminar, costs, Office of the Chief Secretary, $145,552. Office of the Deputy Chief Secretary, $153,925. Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, $59,635.20. Division of Tourism, $64,615, and the Division of Finance for sponsorship to the Tobago Chamber of Commerce, $68,015.20. With regards to whether or not there were any sponsorship provided by the Tobago House of Assembly, the organizational fees, $17,550. With regards to Part C of the question, the Foreign Direct Investment Department has NDAs with 7 companies for which negotiations are ongoing. Negotiations on 2 of these are expected to wrap up by the second week of November.
Minority Councillor.
Madam Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary indicated a number, but it asks for a list. So if we could get the name of the investors, please.
Chief Secretary, it did indicate a list of at least 5 investors.
I indicated, sorry, let me explain. I indicated that there are NDAs with 7 companies. NDAs means that those are non-disclosure agreements. And disclosures can only happen at the latter stage of these negotiations. And I pointed out 7 NDAs are signed with the FDI department, and negotiations are expected to wrap up on 2 of those by the second week of November.
I'm going to assume this is question 3, Minority Councillor, to the Chief Secretary.
Yes, number 3. Well, there's no number.
There's
so,
no number,
yeah.
so I'm going to assume it's number 3.
Number 3.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Again, with regards to the Tobago Day celebrations, the following are the details. Office of the Chief Secretary, 7 individuals at a cost of $241,130.20. The Division of Finance, 2 representatives from the division at a cost of $64,860. The BDU department under the Division of Finance provided financial assistance to 15 Tobago entrepreneurs at $10,000 each. That totals $150,000. The Division of Food Security, 4 persons from that division, total of $116,627.92. TATCO, 3 persons from TATCO, totaling $63,098.33. The Division of Tourism, 3 persons, totaling $76,425.07. The Festival Commission took care of 20 persons, and their figure includes all of the performers from TPAC, performers employed with the Division of Tourism, 3 performers not employed with the THA, part sponsorship for 2 reps from the Tobago Promoters Association, and part sponsorship for 4 reps from the Tobago October Carnival Association, shipping of instruments and promotional paraphernalia totaling $581,926. With regards to whether or not the THA provided support for teams, the THA did not give teams money directly, but the THA paid $27,182.50, and that's TT, for chairs, tables, tents, generator for the booths being operated by the Tobago contingent only. Part C of the question, the Chief Secretary, the Secretary of Finance, Assistant Secretary of Tourism, the Secretary of Food Security, Administrator Louis, Administrator James Guy, Chief Administrator, Advisor Kidel Kerr, 1 Director, Ricardo Alfred. In part, the Tobago House of Assembly supported 22 individuals to attend Tobago Day in part, and 30 persons it supported in whole. As opposed, in regards to the latter part of the question, I am constrained by the rules of negotiations. However, I can share the areas of potential investments and immediate wins. And allow me to explain that the way this works is that when we meet with companies, we are forced to sign NDAs until the negotiation is complete and satisfactory to both parties. Only when that is done and we are complete with the negotiation, we are allowed to disclose details. But notwithstanding, I'll share some more details here in terms of the types of companies we met with. We met with companies in technology and security in an effort to see what can be introduced to the island to treat with our crime problem, distributors for Tobago goods, and tourism and hotel development. Immediate win, we all heard the complaint of the developers for Elephant Tree at Roxborough. And they complained because the Manta Lodge, which you were able to open, took the Ascent Collection brand. And they were concerned, although this is not a concern of the Ascent Collection, they were concerned about having a similar brand within Tobago East. And so one of the activities I engaged in, was one, meeting with the developers, and two, with them and on their behalf, negotiating for a different hotel brand for their project. I'm happy to say that we have an agreement, and all that is required before disclosure is that the THA is able to settle some land tenure issues in the Argyle-Roxbury area there for the development. That's one. And two, that we try to use our influence to get the Ministry of Tourism to finally assign all of the subsidies they are entitled to by law. And that's after the THA gave preliminary approvals for this project since 2022. Once we get those two things done, we will be in a position to have the hotel developers, the hotel brand in Tobago, and we will make a public announcement as to the branding, the international branding for the Elephant Tree.
Minority Leader, question.
Yeah, Madam Presiding Officer, we thank the Chief Secretary for his response, but to A, we didn't get the total expenditure. He disaggregated all the divisions and departments, but we would like to have the total expenditure.
Thank you. The question did ask for the total expenditure. Chief Secretary, do you have that to present to us today?
I mean, I could probably calculate it, but I gave all the figures from all the divisions, all the
Minority
departments.
Leader, please allow him to answer.
This
his
is on the
question,
Hansard, and it's also televised, so I am certain the minority is intelligent and smart enough to use a calculator and can add it together.
Chief Secretary, can you kindly give us the total expenditure if possible, please?
Are you prepared to wait? Or me to calculate it?
I am.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I am happy to assist the minority with their challenge with simple mathematics. The total sum is $1.321 million.
Thank you. Minority Leader, what would be question 4 on the order paper?
I'm dumbfounded. Madam Presiding Officer, question number 4. Could the Chief Secretary confirm whether the Tobago Regional Health Authority has engaged the services of a human resource?
No need to read Minority
Okay.
Leader.
No problem.
Question 4 to the Chief Secretary.
Madam Presiding Officer, I'm advised that there is no consultant hired by the TRHA.
Question 5. Minority Leader.
Question number 5 to the Chief Secretary.
Chief Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the Tobago House of Assembly, let me put it on record, did not demolish the buildings at Pigeon Point, nor did the THA order their demolition. The TTPS, as part of its anti-crime initiative and intelligence before it, and here is not the place to disclose such intelligence, wanted to have the buildings demolished before the Great Race in Tobago. The THA pushed back. The THA was trying to get the demolition to happen in concert with its building plans or development plans for the area. We wanted the demolition to happen when we were ready to have environmentally sound structures installed and structures that meet health and safety standards and that complements the naturalistic aesthetics of the area. However, given that the TTPS was ready before the THA, we provided the vendors with tents and the tables under the instruction that at the end of every workday, they had to clear their area, clean their area, fold up their tents and their tables, and remove them. That's a temporary measure. The design work was just completed and is now being costed, and so the Executive Council is awaiting the costs for the build development in that area.
There's a second part to the question.
Sorry. Right, question number 2 or part 2. Well, I indicated that I can't indicate a cost because the Executive Council is still awaiting a cost. The design work was only just completed, and so costing is happening now.
I think we're referring to question 2.
So it's question 2?
Yes.
Right.
My apologies.
Right, so question 2, under this section, I have seen the letter dispatched under the EID court letterhead dated 1st of July, 2024. Madam Presiding Officer, this TPP administration has always exemplified the highest standards of transparency and accountability. This is born out of our ready responses to the numerous Freedom of Information applications that we receive on a regular basis, which we have relevant officers in the divisions work tirelessly to process and address in a timely manner. I believe, as a matter of fact, Madam Presiding Officer, that the number of requests received and responded to by this administration is unprecedented and more than any other administration in the history of the THA. We always respond. I'm also pleased to report that after a long history of non-compliance with the Freedom of Information Act, Chapter 2202, the first division of the Assembly, only now, since we come into office, has published its sections 7, 8, and 9 compliance statement in the Gazette under my administration, first since 1999. And I'm happy to also state, Madam Presiding Officer, that division is the Division of Health, Wellness, and Social Protection, and all of the other divisions are currently preparing theirs. My administration remains committed to granting access to information to citizens in relation to all of our transactions. EIDCOT exercises functions on behalf of the people of Tobago that will redound by extension to the benefit of the people of the wider Trinidad and Tobago. And as such, it is expected to properly disclose information that is not protected by exemptions under the Act.
Questions to secretaries?
Minority Councillor.
Madam Presiding Officer, in the absent,
Well-
240 is to Councillor.
240 is directed to Councillor Boris. She isn't here. 241, you may proceed with 241.
241 to the Secretary of Education, Research, Technology, Assembly.
Assemblyman Hackett.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. As it relates to the School Repair Program 2024, can Secretary indicate the following? A, total expenditure for the program. Response, $20 million. B, the number of packages offered. B, that response is 37 packages. And C, number of entities or companies engaged, 30 Tobago companies, Madam Presiding Officer.
Minority Councillor, any follow-up? Secretary Pantin isn't here, so we would forego question 242. We move straight ahead to 243. Minority Leader.
Question 243 to the Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy, Councillor Petal and Roberts.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I was informed that the legal advice was sought from the legal department under the Office of the Chief Secretary, so there is no cost attached to that, and there was no written advice received by EIDCOT on this matter. Thank you.
Assemblyman Morris, follow-up. Question 244, Minority Council, no. Assemblyman Morris.
Question 244 to the Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy, Councillor Petal and Roberts.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you again, Madam Presiding Officer. The new EIDCOT board was appointed on July 1st, 2024. The arrangements that were in place when the previous board had expired was that two members of the board, which were signatories, were reappointed during that interim period. And this follows the Articles of Incorporations of EIDCOT that states the number of directors, both minimum and maximum, shall be 2 directors for minimum and a maximum amount of directors as 9. Thank you.
Follow-up, Assemblyman Morris.
Can the Secretary give us the effective date of the expiration of the former board and the effective date of the interim period?
That sounds like 2 questions. 1?
Well, I have 3.
Okay,
both
so
are
that's
related.
2.
So I'll use those 2.
Okay. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The previous board term ended on the 31st of January, 2024. So it means that the period was about 6 months. I don't know if that is what he was asking. But the previous board ended on the 31st of January, 2024, and the new board was appointed on the 1st of July, 2024.
Assemblyman Morris.
Does the Secretary believe that a situation where the EIDCOT, a company executing and spending millions and millions of taxpayers' money, should or should have a situation where it is being, the oversight is by 2 persons for a period of 6 months. Do you think that is good corporate governance?
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I believe that the cut is headed by a competent management, although the board was only, manned by or overseen by 2 directors at the time. The directors at the time, it may not be the best, but according to the articles of incorporation, the minimum is 2, and it was an interim or temporary appointment during that time.
Thank you for your honesty.
Clerk.
Requests for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by secretaries or assistant secretaries. Personal explanations. Introduction of bills. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly and moved by a secretary or assistant secretary. Public business. Executive Council. Motion.
Chief Secretary, Assemblyman Fali Augustine, member for Palatable Anseli.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. I wish to ask, before I get started, that you be so kind to grant leave to allow me to read some parts of the presentation.
So
Please.
granted.
Thank you very much. Madam Presiding Officer, let me take this opportunity to welcome all members of this House back from the 2-month hiatus. And I sincerely hope that this session of the Legislature will be insightful and productive as we discuss the business of the people of Tobago. More than that, I wish to give special welcome to our new Secretary of Finance, Trade and Economy, Councillor Petalan Roberts, who will be making her maiden contribution in the debate today. Allow me to take the opportunity to acknowledge the presence of new and acting clerk, Mr. Lincoln Nelson, and welcome him also to this August House. I trust that you had a great vacation, and I'm certain you missed all of these lovely people here. I mean, Miss Wiener, happy that you missed us and happy to see you back. Now, I have every confidence, Madam Presiding Officer, that this motion and the presentations you will hear from the secretaries following will speak to the socio-economic development of Tobago, the challenge we face, and why in the budget presentation in June, I propose that we head back to the Dispute Resolution Commission. The motion as tabled reads, whereas the Tobago House of Assembly is constitutionally mandated to govern and manage the Tobago affairs, or the affairs of Tobago under Act 40 of 1996, and whereas the Dispute Resolution Commission recommended that Tobago's allocation falls between 4.03% and 6.9% of the national budget, and whereas Tobago has consistently received allocations closer to the minimum, 4.03%, which is insufficient to meet the needs of the islands, to meet the island's growing needs, and whereas the underfunding severely restricts the THA's capacity to deliver essential public services while also limiting support for key sectors that are vital to the island's economic growth and social stability, and whereas the National Budget Statement on September 30th, 2024 presents an opportunity to address the historical imbalance in funding by providing a more equitable share of the national budget to Tobago, be it resolved that this House calls on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than the Chief Secretary's recommended 5.8%, ensuring that Tobago has adequate funding for its critical development priorities, and be it further resolved that this House insists that the central government urgently address the historical underfunding of Tobago by increasing its budgetary allocation to adequately meet the island's expanding socioeconomic needs. And, Madam Presiding Officer, as we go through that motion, and as I read it over and over and over, and I refined it over and over, I came to the conclusion that this House needed to assemble before the national budget and to essentially call on the Minister of Finance to allocate to the THA no less than 5.8% of the national budget to meet Tobago's urgent developmental priorities and to address historical underfunding of Tobago so that we are able to grow at a pace that is equitable and equal, rather, to our friends and family in Trinidad. In effect, the motion calls on the Minister of Finance to allocate a reasonable, fair, and just share of the national budget to the Tobago House of Assembly, or rather the people of Tobago. And the question for every member present is whether or not you will agree that what has been allocated over the years, those were unfair and unreasonable, and whether the central government should be more reasonable in its allocation to Tobago. As a matter of fact, I will say this at the very opening of the debate. Anyone who does not support this motion is, in essence, saying to the people of Tobago that what we have gotten historically is good enough, is fair enough, is reasonable enough, and no more should be given. Madam Presiding Officer, the struggle by the Tobago House of Assembly for a reasonable, fair, and just share of the national budget is not a new struggle. In fact, from its inception, one of the most fundamental challenges affecting the THA has been the issue of insufficient budgetary resources from the central government to fund Tobago's development. Notably, over the period 1980 to 1996, the Tobago House of Assembly received on average about 3% of the national budget to fund recurrent and development activities in Tobago. And I want that to sink in. From 1980 to 1996, all Tobago was given was an average of 3%. So after Robinson and Murray went and fought for this new and reincarnated House of Assembly, the central government, regardless of who was in power between 1980 and 1996, did not provide Tobago with sufficient funding during that period. So it's historical. It's not a blame to be placed only at the current central government, but one that is historical. In that period, there was very limited predictability in the flow of the budgetary resources to the THA, significantly hampering the ability of the Assembly to engage in meaningful socio-economic planning. Likewise, the THA, in the period 1996 to 2000, although the responsibilities of the THA were significantly increased with the passage of Act 40 of 1996, the share of the national budget allocated to the THA increased only marginally to 3.3%. In other words, under the stewardship of Chief Secretary and then Secretary of Finance, Mr. Hochoy Charles, for the entire duration of his tenure, 3.3%. Madam Presiding Officer, in 2000, the THA, led by former Chief Secretary Hochoy Charles, was forced to trigger the DRC in keeping with Section 56 of THA Act 40 of 1996 to address the historical underfunding of the THA and to come up with arrangements to ensure greater predictability in allocations to the THA. The DRC in 2001 recommended that the Tobago House of Assembly be allocated between 4.03% and the 6.9% of the national budget for purposes of recurrent and development program expenditures in Tobago. As envisaged by the DRC, the lower limit of the formula, that is 4.03%, reflected Tobago's share of the national population at that time, while the upper limit, 6.9%, was intended to provide a magnitude of financial resources to allow Tobago to catch up with national development, recognizing that Tobago's development lagged behind national development. Notably, Madam Presiding Officer, the DRC report and recommendation, which was approved and accepted by the Parliament, says, and I quote, "No restriction other than those placed in Act 40 of 1996 should be placed in the Assembly's way to facilitate borrowing or its use of grants for its development, since the Assembly is a corporate body." End quote. Madam Presiding Officer, the experience of the THA since the DRC ruling in 2000, well, let's examine that. While the DRC brought increased predictability in allocations to the THA, and there were some increases in the allocations to the Assembly, in my respectful view, and in the view of many conscious Tobagonians, Tobago has not fared well, or fared very well, over the 24 years of its experience under the DRC ruling. Madam Presiding Officer, successive central governments have allocated to the THA a share of the national budget closer to the 4.03% than to the median point of the range. In fact, the share of the national budget allocated to the Tobago House of Assembly averaged 4.3% over the period 2001 to 2024. In other words, Madam Presiding Officer, when we do the average between 2001, when the DRC kicked in, and 2024, the average is at 4.3%. That is, over the years, the THA has been allocated approximately $4.30 out of every $100 in budgetary resources, regardless of the political party in charge at the central government. To illustrate, Madam Presiding Officer, during the period 2001 to 2010, we had a PNM central government and a PNM THA led by Mr. Orville London. The allocation to the THA averaged 4.3%. In the period 2010 to 2015, People's Partnership, Central Government, PNM-led THA, 4.3%. Moreover, Madam Presiding Officer, 2015 to 2021, when we had a PNM-controlled central government led by a supposed Tobagonian, and a PNM-controlled THA under Mr. Orville London, Mr. Kelvin Charles, and Mr. Ansel Dennis, the allocations to the THA in that period averaged 4.4% of the national budget. Madam Presiding Officer, my administration has been in office since 2021, and regrettably, the situation has not changed. Since 2021, the allocation to the THA averaged 4.4% of the national budget. the picture is pellucidly clear that regardless of which administration is in power at the level of the THA and which administration is in power at the level of the central government, Tobago's share of the national budget remains by and large unchanged. And you know what is very vexing and disappointing is that our colleagues on the other side and their handlers love to tell Tobagonians that if there is PNM in Tobago and PNM in Trinidad, that somehow they will get more. Trying to tap into the notion that if you have a big brother in the mango tree, you don't have to pelt mango. But it is clear that either those they call their brothers and sisters in Trinidad are really not the family at all, or they in Tobago are bastard children. Because the support received for Tobago does not change, even when PNM is in power in both islands. Madam Presiding Officer, the budgetary allocations to the Assembly at the minimum level recommended by the DRC meant that cumulatively, over the period 2001 to 2024, the Assembly was denied approximately $28.5 billion in financial resources. If resources were allocated to the THA, and that's if resources were allocated to the THA, in keeping with the upper limit of the bandwidth recommended by the DRC of 6.9%. Even at the midpoint in the range, which is 5.5%, it is meant that the THA was denied $13.5 billion over the period 2001 to 2024. Madam Presiding Officer, this situation is exacerbated by the fact that under the prevailing legislative arrangements, the Assembly lacked and still lacks the flexibility to entertain or engage in certain financial transactions to fund developmental activities in Tobago. Over the period 2001 to 2024, the only case of borrowing by the THA authorized by the Ministry of Finance was under the large regime, where approval was granted to raise bond of $300 million, and the last administration accessed $164 million from this facility, which they squandered. It went through them like a dose of salt. In cases when the central government accessed external loans for development projects nationally, it has proven very difficult for the THA to directly access these funds. For example, notwithstanding the several promises from the Minister of Finance in several of his national budget statements to date that the THA should receive a $100 million loan secured by the Bank of Latin America, to date, those monies are still not accessible to the Tobago House of Assembly. The central government advised us to engage with the Caribbean Development Bank to secure funding to build or to rebuild Scarborough Secondary School. The Minister of Finance then indicated that the SMART school, as recommended by the Caribbean Development Bank, is too costly and has pledged to provide the resources from the central government. And with that, Madam Presiding Officer, we are doing our part, doing the tender, preparing the land and everything. And I am not 100% confident that that promise will materialize. But the truth is, it's in the DNA of the PNM. Promises never materialize. Further, we were able to get the concurrence of the IADB to get a grant, not even a loan, a grant of $100,000 to fund some of the preparatory works with the establishment of the Tobago Development Fund, a grant, not a loan. And for several months now, we have been waiting on the line ministry in Trinidad to give the necessary no objection to pave the way for us to access the grant. So when they come and tell you, work with me, we will work with you, it's about partnership, it's about collaboration. They say that publicly and do the opposite in the boardroom. Not just that, Madam Presiding Officer, the Division of Settlements, when we came into office, they were forced to do a draw for housing development in Riseland on that program by the same IADB, Madam Presiding Officer, because that was one of the requirements of the IADB. And after we did all of that, and we inquired of the IADB directly late last year, that's 2023, we are told that the IADB is yet to receive any of the information from the line ministry responsible. In other words, the central government does not want to give appropriate, reasonable, just, and fair allocation, and on the back end, they do not even want to support grant funding for the Tobago House of Assembly. That is wickedness, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, as a result of the meager allocations to the THA over the years, although there have been some shortfalls with regards to our current allocation, it is on the development side of the budget where the shortfall in allocations to the THA has been more severe. Indeed, a look at the data over the period 2001 to 2024 shows the shortfall in terms of recurrent allocations to the THA average 27%. By contrast, in the same period, the shortfall in terms of development program allocations to the THA averaged approximately 80%. And we're also not talking or counting in this the in excess of $100 million appropriated, passed in the allocations, in the appropriation bill by the central government, and withheld from the THA. So even after, and I want you to picture this, even after an allocation is announced on Monday, they will come on the back end and still not send all of the monies. And you have to threaten to go to court, you have to make noise with them, and then you get the sheepish grin of the minister and no action. Again, wickedness in high places. Madam Presiding Officer, the underfunding of the THA budget compromises the ability of the THA to carry out its work programs and to provide some basic services to the people of Tobago. And I want to give some examples, and even as I give the examples, I will show you how the THA is resilient, and how the THA is creative, and how the THA, this present THA, perhaps have been doing too good a job with limited resources, so they don't feel the need to take us on. In fiscal 2023, it costs $23.3 million to fund CPEP. And that's practically an inherited sum. You know how much was allocated? $9.2 million. But it cost us $23.3 million. And you know what this administration did when we came into office? We still raised the salaries of the CPEP workers. Likewise, in fiscal 2023, it costs $60 million to fund URP. And I want to begin and say, listen, the salaries in the URP cost the THA $60 million. You know how much the PNM central government sent for us to pay you URP workers? $18 million. And still, when we came into office, we found a way to give the URP workers a living wage. The member opposite spoke about EID cut and millions and the work EID cut is doing. It costs $14.2 million to fund EID cut. Allocation, $6 million. It costs $3.6 million to fund the financial assistance program to university students. You know how much it was given? How much we were given? $500,000. You know how much we have spent to date? $3 million. So although we were given 500,000, sorry, and the estimated cost is 3.6 million, we found a way to find $3 million. 2.5 million in excess of the allocation to fund our university students. And I want to pause there for a while, because I remember at one point, you know, when another party won central government, we had all these crocodile tears saying, oh, the government come in and close down gate. Kamlago closed down gate. We live to see that the pseudo-Tobagonian, who is prime minister, not only closed down the gate, he shut it down, he break off the gate and he fling it away. And so the Tobago House of Assembly, in order to provide support for university students, we can't sit and say, well, we only get 500,000, and that's all we're going to spend. We're not going to give any more to that program. We found a way to go from 500,000 to $3 million, spending more than what was allocated. And last year, we actually spent $10 million on this program. And I'm beginning to feel maybe we're doing too good a job of stretching the little kakada that they really don't think they need to take us on. Notably, Madam Presiding Officer, it costs $16.9 million to fund sport development programs. $16.9 million to fund sport development programs. We're talking about programs for athletes, the Lalong Gordon Fund, programs for sports scholarships, programs that include training, awarding elite athletes, ensuring elite athletes have equipment and they could travel for meets and games, and that they get the support they need. $16.9 million is what it costs us to fund the sport development programs. You know how much we are given for sport development programs in the THA? $300,000. In other words, the central government is saying your athletes in Tobago only deserve $300,000 for their development. And then we wonder why our primary schools and secondary schools could beat up everybody in athletics, and then we can't see them in the Olympics, and we can't see the trajectory of their career taking them to dizzying heights. $300,000 is what we are given. And so anybody who votes against this motion is saying to you, Tobagonians, saying to you, the athletes, those of you who are in receipt of funding and support from the division, that all you deserve is $300,000. That's $300,000 to assist TFA, to assist athletics, to assist basketball, netball, athletics, cricket, $300,000. Road resurfacing program. It will cost us $42.6 million to fund the road resurfacing program. That will, that's what it cost us. It actually cost us in fiscal 2023 $42.6 million to fund road resurfacing program. You know what's our allocation? $4 million. And notwithstanding $4 million allocation, and we finding a way to spend $42.6 million. We pave more roads and we patch more holes than what they did with the $164 million that they squandered from the bond financing. And I can't end without talking about the Windward Road Special Development Program, because I am from the East. And while I don't live there anymore, my constituency is there, my family members are there, and so I'm always traveling up there. Windward Road Special Development Program. It cost us $12.9 million. Tobago East people, the central government says that your roads ain't good enough to be fixed, so they only sent $2 million. And because of that, Madam Presiding Officer, the Tobago House of Assembly over the years, not just this administration, has been forced to come up with creative ways to fund their projects. Because of the underfunding, the THA ends up spending more money per project on average than our counterparts in Trinidad. And I'll give some examples from prior to our stewardship in this office and currently. Because it means for every project, we must take longer to pay contractors, and once you're taking longer to pay contractors, you end up spending more. The Shaw Park Cultural Complex, how much Tobagonians do you think that costs? Close to $1 billion. 1 billion, close to 1 billion. 1 billion. You remember the Off Commission? When they came and looked for Victor Bruce, the man looked in the ground and said, but where the foundation? That time $5 million don't spend. Foundation in there yet. Let's look at Milshove, classic example. Because I hear the political talk, and might I say, the attempt at bringing race politics in Tobago by saying, look, we're giving away the contracts to Trinidadians. Right? And not only that, the members opposite are on record as saying we're giving away the projects to people who from South. And that is code for being racist, Madam
Members.
And I want to give the example.
Assemblyman Augustine, one moment, please. I will not allow anybody to interfere with the processes of the House. We all are guided by the standards. By now, we understand it. When a member is on his feet, please do not interrupt. Please continue.
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer. But I was in the midst of saying to Tobagonians that is not now because of capacity and funding issues that successive Tobago House of Assembly executive councils have in fact engaged contractors from outside of Tobago to get some critical projects done, because funding is scarce and we have to find the people who are willing to wait and wait and wait long for their money. And I'll give you some examples before I come to Milshove. That market in Scarborough, $40 million. P&M did that, is a Trinidad contractor. Them fishing depots up and down the place, Trinidad contractors that they hired, including Foster Cummings, who built a block in Scarborough second, it never built good. It was never used because it never built good. Trinidad contractor. Milshove again, not just Trinidad contractor, but P&M financier. The Rahals, the THA with that project to be able to provide accommodation for the Division of Food Security, purchase the land for $12 million, then lease the land to the company for $5 per year. Then the same THA took PNM THA took $25 million, put it in a escrow account and had the company use that as security to get a loan to build the building. And after we did all of that, now granted, the THA could have taken this loan for itself if the PNM Minister of Finance at the time authorized the PNM THA to take a loan. But the THA find the $12 million collateral down payment, place it in an escrow account, call up the PNM financiers, give them the land we purchased for $12 million and say, here, take it for $5. We stood the security, not a risk, absolutely no risk on the developer. And for 20 years, we have to pay $1.6 million per month. And in total, we have to pay $384.2 million.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Madam Presiding Officer, those are facts that cannot be disputed. That in the context of limited resources, that the THA has had to be creative over the years in order to fund its project. I want to share with you what the DRC considered. The DRC considered physical separation of Tobago by sea from Trinidad and Tobago's distinct identity. The DRC also considered isolation from principal national growth centers. The DRC considered absence of the multiplier effect of expenditure and investment, private and public, made in Trinidad. In fact, all those big companies in Tobago paying the taxes in Trinidad, so we don't even get to count that. We don't even get to count the taxes from a RBC or a FCB or a courts, because those are paid in Trinidad. And the law says that for all business done in Tobago, the taxes shall be paid in Tobago. The DRC considered the impracticability of participation by residents of Tobago in major educational, cultural, and sporting facilities located in Trinidad. You know how impractical it is for a cyclist from Tobago to go down in the velodrome in Trinidad for training every week? But yet, $300,000 is all given for the sport development program in Tobago. I don't want to end before saying this, Madam Presiding Officer, because the other secretaries will give greater details. I know the minority will come with one argument. And that argument is, well, we should just accept the bills currently before Parliament because that will magically give us 6.8% of the budget. But the same people who claim to love Tobago have the legal wherewithal to give us 6.8 right now without a single bill being passed. So if they really love Tobago, they'd give it. And I want to say more than that. After the PNM told us in Tobago to reject the Kamla bill, to reject it, Kamla bill was giving what, 8%. They offer less and telling us less is better for us. After they told us and we agreed to not support the Kamla bill at least give us some part of the marine space. They come with a bill now where they remove even the 6 miles that is currently under Act 40 of 1996 and telling us, oh gosh, we love you, right? We love you, we love you. Give away all the rights. Give away everything. We're going to fix it up after. The thing will grow. Don't worry. The thing will come. It's not a perfect bill. But Madam Presiding Officer, I want to end by saying this to you and this House. We currently do not need any new bill anywhere in the Parliament to get 6.9% or to get the median of 5.5%. The Minister of Finance can give it on Monday morning when he reads the budget. And this House demands that he gives it on Monday morning when he reads the budget. I so move, Madam Presiding Officer.
Honorable members, the question proposed is, whereas the Tobago House of Assembly, THA, is constitutionally mandated to govern and manage the affairs of Tobago under Act 40 of 1996, and whereas the Dispute Resolution Commission, DRC, recommended that Tobago's allocation fall between 4.03% and 6.9% of the national budget, and whereas Tobago has consistently received allocations closer to the minimum 4.03%, which is insufficient to meet the island's growing needs, and whereas this underfunding severely restricts the THA's capacity to deliver essential public services, while also limiting support for key sectors that are vital to the island's economic growth and social stability, and whereas the National Budget Statement on September 30th, 2024, represents an opportunity to address the historical imbalance in funding by providing a more equitable share of the national budget to Tobago. Be it resolved that this House calls on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than the Chief Secretary's recommended 5.8%, ensuring that Tobago has adequate funding for its critical development priorities. And be it further resolved that this House insists that the central government urgently address the historical underfunding of Tobago by increasing its budgetary allocation to adequately meet the island's expanding socio-economic needs. Minority Leader, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Like the Chief Secretary, let me also extend a warm welcome to our new Clerk of the Assembly, Legislature, our new Secretary of Finance, and of course to all members, welcome back. Madam Presiding Officer, I also would like your permission to read the majority of my speech.
So granted.
Thank you. Madam Presiding Officer and fellow Tobagonians, you know there's a saying, confession is good for the soul, and you might hear me referring because I have a lovely spiritual intervention on Sunday, but so I'm inspired by that, to remind the Chief Secretary that yes, confession is good for the soul, and today we have seen that in full display. And Proverbs 28:13 reminds us, whoever conceals their sins does not prosper, but one who confesses and renounces them finds mercy. And it seems the Chief Secretary has finally come to a place of confession. Yes, admitting to all of Tobago and the world what we all have known for some time, that this administration has failed. 3 years into office, they are now acknowledging their inability to manage the affairs of the island, and that is what we heard here, a confession. Confession is good for the soul. This is the same administration, yes, that confidently claimed they would fix things. Remember the slogan, we would fix this. Fully aware, and when they were telling us they would fix this, they were aware of what the budgetary realities are, what the constraints are, but yes, they told you all, they told of all of Tobago that they would fix it. They promised to deliver. But now, because they are one way away from an election and recognizing that they have done absolutely nothing, they are now admitting they cannot, in fact, fix it. Not only is this a confession of failure, but it's also an admission that they have no plan to fix what they promised. So today, let us recognize this for what it is. It's an administration publicly accepting that they are out of their depth and they actually have no solutions in sight. That is what we heard from this drowning, flopping Chief Secretary. This same administration, Madam Presiding Officer and fellow Tobagonians, I want to put on this record that I stand here today not just as a minority leader, but a son of this soil, deeply invested in the future of our island. We are presented today with a motion by the Chief Secretary regarding Tobago's budgetary allocation. And let me make it lucidly clear that my long-standing position on the need for increased funding for Tobago has always been driven by a sense of patriotism for this island, not by this motion. Madam Presiding Officer, long before this administration, even before I entered politics, as a community activist, I consistently advocated for more resources to fuel Tobago's development. As a proud member of the People's National Movement, we have always championed the cause for Tobago, calling for an increased budgetary allocation to be enshrined. So we are begging, we want it written into the Constitution what Tobago's allocation should be as a matter of certainty, a point I will elaborate upon further in my contribution. Madam Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary, by his own admission, has demonstrated that he nor his colleagues possess the vision, the innovation, nor the leadership, nor the fiscal discipline to manage the scarce resources allocated to the Tobago House of Assembly. Today, I will demonstrate that the current administration, despite receiving more funds, because he failed to tell us that, talked about the historical context, but didn't tell us that even in this situation, they are getting a better allocation than every previous administration that went. More money. More money they are getting. Yet, despite receiving more funds than any previous one, Madam Presiding Officer, I beg your protection from this young lady. Domestic violence is real.
Minority, no. No. Not here. Continue.
Madam Presiding Officer, despite receiving more funds, and they don't want people in Tobago to hear the truth, because they go around in their little circles telling them the central government ain't giving we no money, that's why we can't do this, and that's why we can't do that. When the truth is, you have received more funds than any previous administration, and you have failed to deliver the results to which you promised the people of Tobago, and which the island so desperately needs. Madam Presiding Officer, the hypocrisy of this administration knows no boundaries. Hypocrites. The Chief Secretary knows, or certainly ought to know, that bringing this motion here mere days before the national budget is read will yield no real outcome. He knows that. In fact, he probably knows how much he's getting already. But coming here pretending, playing, and pleading and trying to put some kind of spin on things. But I'm almost certain that based on his own discussion with the minister, the indicators suggest that the allocation trends are likely to remain the same. That is the fact, because it has been so from time immemorial. So what would change? Yet here we are, witnessing another act of political theater. We saw him on stage, prancing and dancing. As a matter of fact, he had promised that he was going to take the Minister of Finance to court. That was about a year ago. What is the status of that court matter? You should tell us when you're winding up. Because if nothing has been done, all we have is a chief secretary who simply blows hot air. And I'll take from a member, poof, poof, hot air. Madam Presiding Officer, this motion is not about securing more funding for Tobagonians. It's an attempt to shift the narrative away from this administration's glaring incompetence in managing the substantial resources already entrusted to them. It's a distraction, plain and simple. A blind man could see that. The Deputy Chief Secretary, I remember, once and consistently spoke about smart objectives, about managing what you have and managing expectations. So shouldn't this administration, with all this rhetoric, shouldn't they have been more focused on preparing for what they know will come? That is what prudent governance is about. You know for a fact, because you said you were so correct the last time when you predicted what the national budget would be. And you have said the budget will be on average 4.4% because it has been so since 1996 come all the way down. So shouldn't you be planning and preparing for about 4.4% of the 65 billion you say would be the national budget? But instead, you come here playing smart to hoodwink Tobagonians, to come and cry wolf, because you don't have the capacity and the ability to treat with Tobago's needs. Madam Presiding Officer, instead they stand here trying to mislead Tobagonians, blaming insufficient funds for their failure, when the real issue is one of mismanagement. That is the issue we face. The motion is nothing more than a feeble attempt to cover up their shortcomings, and it must be seen for exactly what it is: hypocrisy at its finest. Madam Presiding Officer, the hypocrisy of this Chief Secretary, and this administration he leads is compounded by their public utterances. When they were the minority, instead of supporting previous administration's requests, so all of a sudden today he knows every other administration was underfunded. Today he's admitting that. The Chief Secretary held the view, and he said it right in this house. He held the view that what we are witnessing is not an issue of funds or underfunding, but it was an issue of management. So what has changed? Madam Presiding Officer, sadly, the Chief Secretary epitomizes what it means to speak from both sides of his mouth. And as someone, a trained student of psychology, his action embody the very essence of cognitive dissonance, where one's behavior contradicts previous statements and beliefs. And I'll demonstrate that today. Madam Presiding Officer, please permit me to remind this House of the member of Lands for Me, Palliative Speyside, who from 2017 to 2021 preached to Tobagonians that the island's challenges were not a matter of funding, but one of poor management. That was his words. He told the people that with proper leadership, this was his words, he said with proper leadership, he didn't tell you with more money, no. He said with proper leadership, Tobago could thrive within its current budgetary allocation. That was his words. Fast forward to 2024, to today, and this same Chief Secretary, same person, is coming to us now that he's in office, having fooled Tobagonians that he had a plan, and having failed to deliver on his promises, sings a different tune. Suddenly he is claiming that the island setbacks are due to a lack of funding and no longer about mismanagement. Two different songs, same singer. Madam Presiding Officer, this point cannot be overstated. And I want us to do the comparison. From fiscal 2021 to the present, this administration has been allocated, and I want Tobagonians to hear, $7.5 billion. $7.5 billion in 2 years. And that is almost 1 billion more than what the previous administration had from 2017 to 2020. They got $6.8 billion. That is what the previous PNM administration had to treat with, even in the period of COVID, to manage the affairs of Tobagonians. You got a whole almost $1 billion more. Yet despite this significant increase, they have failed to deliver meaningful progress. So how can they now shift the narrative from management to money? Because if those before had less and you know you are having more, how could you say you have more money problems than that person? If this is not the height of hypocrisy, then I personally don't know what is. Hypocrites. Madam Presiding Officer, if this administration is claiming that they don't have enough resources to deliver for the people of Tobago, if they are telling us it's impossible to fulfill the promises they've made, then perhaps the PNM were magicians, because the PNM made it possible. The PNM delivered, and the PNM, when we return to office, will deliver again. Madam Presiding Officer, you're going back over. Madam Presiding Officer, let's do the comparison again. From 2017 to 2020, with nearly $1 billion less in funding, the PNM still achieved more. Under the PNM, Tobago experienced 4% GDP growth. Today, under this administration, with $1 billion more, the economy has plunged into a negative 2% growth. So, under the PNM with less money, GDP increased. Under this hapless administration, with more money, GDP decreased. And you trying to tell me money is the problem? That is poor management. Clearly, it's about management. Madam Presiding Officer, under the PNM, we created over 2,000 jobs. And under this administration, Tobagonians have lost almost 2,000 jobs. They've shut down the private sector, construction sector, closed, stagnated. All our contractors who are employing Tobagonians and Tobago families have absolutely nothing to do. All they chase them out for their favored friends. And yes, they are from South Trinidad. And I know South Trinidad have all kind of races. So I don't know how you come up with that. Maybe you are the one that have some kind of stereotypical kind of arrangement in your head as to what South Trinidad looks like. Because when I go South Trinidad, I see black people, I see Indian people, I see Chinese people, I see all the races of Trinidad and Tobago. So how could you come here and tell me that because we are telling Tobagonians the truth, that when you look at the addresses of the people who are benefiting under you, they are all from South Trinidad? That is the truth. That is the truth. And the truth shall set you free. Madam Presiding Officer, the PNM distributed over millions in food and social support, and I remember when during the COVID they were calling about that, and we said we made absolutely no apology for feeding Tobagonians during a time where COVID had ravaged the country. Persons who were doing well were at home, not able to do their 2 jobs and 3 jobs, and we said, we don't know the circumstances of these people no more. COVID made life difficult for everyone. And so we made absolutely no apologies for utilizing the funds that belong to the people of Tobago to go in the pockets of those people in Tobago during that time. But what have you done? You have taken over $300 million and you're talking about not having money for development. But you found the money for development and you spirit it away to your friends. That is what you have done. And that is why Tobago people catching their tanti and their nenen right now.
Okay.
Because you have the
Minority Leader, point of order. Please give way.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The member is seeking to impute improper motive, saying that I've spirited away monies to my friends. I have no friends now about.
Member, I'm just going to guide all members. Please be cautious of your terminologies. I'm not going to allow any inferences to be made. Please continue, Minority Leader.
Administration has given contracts to persons outside of Tobago to the tune of over $300 million. And that is the facts. So who don't like it, let it take it in the pipe and smoke it. Madam Presiding Officer, the PNM's investment stayed in Tobago. We ensured that major projects from the administrative complex to road resurfacing were completed by Tobagonians, keeping the money circulating within the local economy and benefiting our people. And that is why during that time Tobagonians were thriving. When you go to the bars, you were seeing Tobagonians spending Tobago people money. Because when you get the fellas who were getting those jobs, they would be paid, then they would go into their community, by the community bar, they'll go to the supermarket, they'll go to the little grocery shop next door, and they would spend that money. But under this current situation, when you take that big chunk of the money that you say you don't have, and it ends up outside of Tobago, how is it coming back? Think about it. And if we are saying the economy is this big, about 2.6 billion, and you squeeze out 300 million, think about a balloon. If you have a balloon this size, and you deflate air to about a little less, wouldn't the balloon shrink? And that is what they have done to Tobago's economy. Because while they received the 2.5 billion, they have in fact deflated and taken away out of the economy 300 million. So it leaves us with less folk to go around in this space. And that is why you're seeing Tobagonians frustrated, walking around, unable to meet their bills. People, and they see it, they are seeing it in their own district office, because people are coming there every day looking for jobs. People are coming there for food support. People are coming there to help to pay their rent. They are seeing it. But the reality is your own actions that have brought this on the people of Tobago. And you have to take responsibility for that. Madam Presiding Officer, never before have we witnessed almost an entire administration, and when we talk about mismanagement and malgovernance, under the watchful eyes of the police. First time in history. The actions of the people who we gave the responsibility to manage our affairs are now under the scrutiny of the police and the Integrity Commission. I could speak to 3 I know about for sure.
Assemblyman Morris. Assemblyman Morris, relevance.
Madam Presiding Officer, we are talking about the allocation of public funds and how it is being mismanaged. It is being mismanaged so badly that Tobagonians have had the reason to report the mismanagement to the police.
I see no correlation. Please continue.
I am so guided, Madam Presiding Officer.
Members,
I'm so guided.
Please continue.
Madam Presiding Officer, the procurement process under this administration has been nothing short of scandalous. We have heard about inflated contracts. $19 million for a road in Smithfield, Dutchford, that should have cost $6 million. And don't talk about that arrangement down at Pigeon Point, a contract given out for $54 million, where they are paying a contractor to pitch and pave a road. You know how much they're paying per ton for bitumen, to lay that bitumen? $2,700 per ton. And they came to us, came to the people of Tobago and told the people of Tobago that the former administration was paying $1,400 per ton, and that was corrupt. So I continue to ask the question, if $1,400 per ton to place bitumen is corrupt, then what is paying $2,700, almost double the price? Doesn't that make it doubly corrupt? And how could you, and that's why I'm saying there's some kind of level of cognitive dissonance that exists all amongst these people. It stopped right by Petal. I don't know about that one right there. But it goes all the way around the horseshoe. What? Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I understand his frustration, the truth. But, Madam Presiding Officer, the point is, so I don't want to stray too much. The point is, Madam Presiding Officer, You have these people coming and saying one thing, and then they turn around in the same breath and do complete opposite. So you're telling Tobagonians, look, they pay them $1,400 per ton, so them people, they corrupt. But you come and pay double. How could you justify that? How? It means you are paying twice the price for one road that you could have built 2 roads. So if you could have gotten 2 roads, if you were paying $54 million for that road, in essence, you could have built 2 roads, the same length, for that same price of $54 million. And this is why we are having the discussion about prudent management. It's not simply about more money, but it's how you utilize what you already have. Are you using it prudently? Are you using it to the best? Madam Presiding Officer, just today, I'm being told nobody sent out a press
Member,
release.
you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Nobody sent out a press release. But you told us the secretary is out, is absent, the deputy chief secretary. I understand the deputy chief secretary has gone on a trip for over a week with 2 of our advisors. That trip, I understand, is costing thousands and thousands of taxpayers' money. I understand that same division at the same time has a bill, a phone bill. They're owing the state over $3 million, and that bill has not been paid since COVID. $3 million, but yet you've gone jetting off. You can't pay a phone bill. So right now, if somebody's trying to call a social worker, their phone down because the company has taken action and all their phones are cut. And this is the madness that is happening in this space. But Madam Presiding Officer, as I close, because I want to get close to the main point that I want to treat with. I want to treat with the Chief Secretary and what the Chief Secretary said. Chief Secretary said during a TTT report, hear what he said, and I'm going to read it into the record. At what point are we going to try a different strategy? At what point are we going to try something differently? And because we keep doing this, this is his words, it keeps on looking as if we are begging. He said that. It keeps on looking as if we are going cup in hand, bruising our knees, paying penitence, and begging and hoping and pleading that one day, this is all the Chief Secretary, not me make this up, the central government will wake up and just give us what we asked for. That is his words. But today he comes here trying to berate us and trying to make us believe that somehow, magically, the central government will just give us. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I have a better strategy because you see the definition of madness is trying to do the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And it is a no-brainer. You are asking for 5.8%, but you have languishing sitting in the parliament a bill that provides you with 6.8%. And if the argument here is that we need more money, then right away you get more money enshrined in the Constitution. Nobody could take it away arbitrarily. And therefore, if that is your issue, that I cannot deliver to the people of Tobago because the money is insufficient, well, here is your answer. Here is your answer. You have a bill that gives you not just more money, 6.8, it allows you through the Fiscal Review Commission to even ask for more for other off-budget development items. It also gives us here lawmaking powers. So we here sitting in this space can once and for all determine what we want to govern the space of Tobago. We have a situation right here where we saw a sitting abandoned because we didn't have a deputy clerk. It also provides that right in the bill. And this nonsense about the taking out 6 nautical miles is lies. I have the bill right here, Madam Presiding Officer. The Part 2 of the Tobago Island Government Bill, Section 5.1 says, in accordance with the powers under Section 75.
Assemblyman Morris, I'm struggling to find relevance.
No, we are talking about the fact that we can get more through supporting the current bills in the Parliament than what we are trying to beg for. And that is the relevance. And that is why I'm proposing the following amendments as I conclude and as I wrap up, which reads, Madam Presiding Officer, let me just get the amendments, permit me. So, right there. Okay. All right, just give me 1 second. I crave your indulgence. All right, so I'm proposing the first amendment, Madam Presiding Officer, to leave out the words calls on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than the Chief Secretary's recommended 5.8% at the first resolution, and insert the words agrees to support the bills currently before Parliament to increase the recommended budgetary allocation to a minimum of 6.8% of the national budget. I'm also proposing a second amendment to leave out the word central government and insert the words Parliament after the word the and before the word urgently. I'm also proposing a third amendment to insert the words supporting the bills currently in Parliament to increase after the word by and before the word its. So the bill will now read, and I'll only read the conclusion of the resolution since that is what is being proposed to be affected. Be it resolved that this House agrees to support the bills currently before Parliament to increase the recommended budgetary allocation to a minimum of 6.8% of the national budget, ensuring that Tobago has adequate funding for its critical development priorities. And be it further resolved that this House insists that the Parliament urgently address the historical underfunding of Tobago by supporting the bills currently in Parliament to increase its budgetary allocation to adequately meet the island's expanding socio-economic needs. And therefore, Madam Presiding Officer,
Member, your time is up. Is there a seconder for this amendment?
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to second the amendments proposed and reserve the right to speak at a later date. Madam Presiding Officer, as well, I would like to extend the speaking time of the member for a further 10 minutes.
Honorable members, the question is that 10 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the minority leader to conclude his presentation. All in favor say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Minority Leader, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Fellow Tobagonians, as I conclude, we can simply ask for more money without asking ourselves, how will it be managed? The current administration has had more funds than any previous government. That is a fact, yet they have delivered less. Leadership is not only about spending more. It's about spending wisely and prudently with a vision for the future. We must also focus on supporting the self-government bills, which will accord and afford us the tools to manage our affairs better. That is with undisputed. Even the Chief Secretary is on record as saying the bills are quite good. Perhaps he has some small amendments, but he's on record as saying the bills are good. Madam Presiding Officer, and therefore, this is about empowering Tobago with the legal and administrative framework necessary to thrive. And that is why I today felt it important that we go beyond, as the Chief Secretary said before, going cap in hand, begging, when you can have an arrangement that guarantees you even more than what you are asking for. Because we are asking today for 5.8%. The bill affords us, without having any need to beg, 6.8. And if we are to do the maths, we have already lost $4 billion. If we had accepted since 2021, we would have gotten $4 billion. That would have treated with all the challenges we have. We'll have had houses, and we didn't have to cost Trinidad anymore. Because imagine the Chief Secretary is telling us about $3 billion is good for us right now to do all that he thinks is their priority. But the bill gives you $4 billion. So you have an extra billion to treat with. And therefore, if money is the issue, then I expect that my colleagues would have no problem joining hands with the minority as members of this Tobago House of Assembly for us to say the time has come for Tobago to get a further leap towards that dream that Mr. A.N.R. Robinson and the likes, Dr. Winston Murray and the likes, would have dreamt for Tobago, that one day will sit in a chamber and be able to make the legislative changes that are important to us. And therefore, Madam Presiding Officer, I look forward to us resolving in this House that we will agree to support these bills. And in supporting these bills, we'll also call on the Parliament for us to all sit down around a table and trash out whatever issues we may have to ensure that when that bill goes to a vote, Tobago will finally have its day and its say, and we will no longer be beggars in this island of Trinidad, in this country of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Honorable House, we have one moment, Assemblyman James. Honorable House, we have received a seconder on the amendment proposed to leave out the words calls on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than the Chief Secretary's recommended 5.8% at the first resolution, and insert the words agrees to support the bills currently before Parliament to increase the recommended budgetary allocation to a minimum of 6.8% of the national budget. Second amendment, to leave out the words central government and to insert the words Parliament after the word the and before the word urgently. Third amendment, to insert the words supporting the bills currently in Parliament to increase after the word by and before the word its. Members, presenting in this debate, you are allowed to speak on the proposed amendment as well as the substantive motion. Member for Scarborough Grace, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. It's always an honor to stand and speak in this House, and I stand on the strength of the good people of Scarborough Mount Grace who voted to have me represent them. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to, as difficult as it is, to respond to some of the statements made by the member for Darrell Spring, Wim. Hypocrisy must have been the title of the speech. And when we come to this House and we want to tell Tobagonians about hypocrisy, we can look no further than the PNM. Hypocrisy. The past administration, Mr. Dennis, Mr. Devines, used this House as a procurement unit for the Division of Infrastructure and committed $700+ million, which we can't even see in Tobago. $700+ million when we didn't have it. And the member for Darrell Spring, Wim, comes to this House and talks about hypocrisy and mismanagement. How does one respond to that? They repeat over and over as if repeating the lie will make it truth. That we have spent or awarded contracts to the tune of more than $300 million. Nothing is further from the truth. We have engaged in procurement methodologies that allows private sector funds to be spent in Tobago because of a budgetary shortfall, for the most part. Smithfield, they keep mentioning it over and over and over. Smithfield, estimated, went to Port of Spain, submitted by the PNM for $40 million. We extended the project up to Dutchford. Build an additional bridge. Do it in record time, never seen in Tobago, 19 or 20 days. For $19 million. With an arrangement to pay later. Hypocrisy. Listen, words escape me. He comes to the House and then he talks about supporting an amendment to accept the bills before the Parliament. Today, the bill under which we operate, Act 40 of 1996, allows the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance award us if they allocate for us if they want 6.9%.
The income from them.
Today, and reminiscent of a real house slave,
Yes.
come to us.
I reject that reference.
Minority Leader, please have a seat. The member made no references to any member in this House. There is no imputing of any motions to anybody.
Madam President, it's difficult for some people.
Please allow the member to continue. Please, Mr.
Reminiscent
Assemblyman James.
of those who work in the slave master's house. The member comes here. The member comes to this house to tell us that we must take the bribe of 6.8 minimum and accept the bill as it is. Take the bribe and say, you know, we're going to get a little bit of this, we're going to get a little bit of that, and we're going to be able to get some more money because give away all that we have. Madam Presiding Officer, I just needed to respond to some of that before I got into my main presentation, because when we, as Tobagonians, when we listen to our representatives, we want to find a way for us to move this place forward. What we've had in the Parliament is a bill, a pair of bills, languishing for 4 years. If they were serious, in 2021 November, the bills would have been on the floor. But then serious, they come with a ploy again to run the same campaign as they run in 2020, run the same campaign in 2025 to say, we're going to get Tobago this, or you vote for me because the two seat in jeopardy. Sorry, the 2 seat gone. Poof. All you have to go train that and win 21 down there. Madam Presiding Officer, we are here discussing this idea of the continuous practice of underfunding and what that has done and is doing to the Tobago economy and to Tobago in general. So if we accept, Madam Presiding Officer, that there are 4 pillars of sustainable development: economic development, environmental development, social development, and cultural development. And if we accept that we must do all those 4 things in a sustainable manner, then we must say that these pillars, these 4 areas, have been designed to ensure balanced growth that considers not only financial and environmental factors, but also social equity and cultural preservation. These 4 pillars. Madam Presiding Officer, the philosophy behind economic practices determine how resources are allocated and used within economies. The long-term prosperity should be the bedrock of economic philosophy that safeguards social equity and cultural preservation. Therefore, Madam Presiding Officer, in the Tobago context, the practice of continuously allocating the so-called national resources such that Tobago remains under-resourced can only be interpreted as an attempt not just to imperil Tobago, but to expunge any chance of cultural preservation of the Tobagonian and social equity between the peoples of Tobago and the peoples of Trinidad. I chose, Madam Presiding Officer, to begin my speech in this manner because of where we are. And I'm happy that I am on this side where I can look at former leaders of this House in front of me. Because we are in the chamber of the House of Assembly, because Acts of Parliament put us here. Both Acts 37 of 1980 and 40 of 1996 understood there needed to be extensive infrastructural development work in Tobago. And that is why the Act of 1980 gave us the right to have administrative control over 24 areas of capital and development infrastructure. Maybe, Madam Presiding Officer, maybe the Parliament was then aware that subsequent to Hurricane Flora in 1963, that Eric Williams took all the money that came as international donors for Tobago and spent it in Trinidad. Maybe the Parliament knows that. Yes, maybe the Parliament knows that. And if we are to believe the inflation monitor, from 1963 to now, that money would have been worth $300 billion. So when our fathers, in my case, my father and my grandfather, were struggling to rebuild the house and to plant back the garden and to feed Tobago, when I was a little boy, I was going through now with bags of peas, and we were struggling to rebuild this Tobago. Eric Williams took the money, just as they did in the late 80s for the Link Road. Took the money and spent it in Trinidad. Now we are faced with a court case for $80 million. The underfunding of Tobago, it is not just by budget, It is by the willful act of PNM people consistently taken from Tobago and spend it in Trinidad. Consistently. Hypocrisy is the word. We have a problem in Tobago where we are failing to appreciate that there has always been the strategy of the PNM to come to Tobago and take one of our best sons to divide us. They came to Tobago 1960 and took Robinson to divide Tobago between APT and PNM, to the point where after Robbie realized, listen, these people are not true for us, 1.5 election cycles later, deciding to leave the PNM. But divide us they did. Today, we see the division. We are members opposite are coming to this house to tell us that we must essentially accept underfunding or only get it if we accept their bill. I mean, Hypocrisy is the word. And I want to say to Tobagonians that I attribute this difference in philosophy that is preventing our success to this idea of the lack of internal unity and our inability to work together for the good of the Tobago state. The PNM has successfully divided us, where 1/3 of the population supports the idea that we must allow another slave, just like us, descendants of another slave in Trinidad, to be able to come and take everything that we have. Take with human resource, take with oil and gas, talk with little duck pond, deep water harbor, decide they're going to break the law and build the airport for themselves. You understand? I come into that. I come into that. So, like I said, we're in this house because the Acts of Parliament allows us to be here. And we must ask ourselves, what might be the reasoning in Act 40 of 1996, which we now work under? Section 43 says, and the chief spoke to it, that Parliament thought it necessary to admonish the government and the Minister of Finance about the necessity for adequate funding for Tobago. And the section goes further to remind that spending money on development in Trinidad does not automatically mean Tobago will benefit. This is in 1996. This is almost 3 decades after independence. Remember, the Chief Secretary spoke about the average budgetary allocation. From 1968, I couldn't go back to 1960 for some reason, the information not available. From 1968 to 1980, the average allocation for Tobago was less than 2%. That's why Robbie had to leave. And that's why we today had to leave. And when we fight for this house, they decide that the whole of the assembly must be run by one man. And we had to break the law and appoint secretaries from 1980 to 1996. That is why we're here today. And we have 7 or 8 or 9 secretaries. Because one man decided to break the law, the so-called law, because you know the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, where Tobago is concerned, that only makes stupid law. So the Act says that in considering the estimates submitted by the Chief Secretary, Cabinet shall give due consideration. Due consideration. If you are giving due consideration to the financial and development needs of Tobago, you can't be giving 4.03 every year. How you could sit down in Trinidad every single year since 2001 and decide that you have considered the financial and development needs of Tobago and come up with a fixed figure? How? Hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. Physical, and I only do this one because the chief dealt with the others. Physical separation of Tobago by sea from Trinidad and Tobago's distinct identity. I don't know what that means, but I'm reading it still. Amen. Physical separation of Tobago by sea from Trinidad and Tobago's distinct identity. I take it to mean that the Parliament then realized that if we could not have direct import and export from Tobago, we
what's the word? With something dark because of this physical separation. And they feel, because they buy 2 new boats because the technology increased, and they buy some faster boat, and they buy some bigger boat because the technology increased. We're in the same place, Tobagonians. We are in the same place. Living in a country where the cost of living in Tobago is 37% higher because we have to buy all our goods and services from Trinidad. It's happening in Grenada or Barbados or St. Vincent or St. Lucia. It's happening only in Tobago. And we are allowing it to happen because we have allowed the Trinidad party to come here and divide us. Every dollar we spend in Tobago from this budgetary allocation is a repatriation to Trinidad through the multiplier effect. Every single dollar. When you buy pineapple in Tongue, it's a farmer in Trinidad that planting it. The money has gone back to them. We are paying the salaries for those people. When we buy lumber, when we buy, not so much lumber, when we buy cement, we are paying the salaries for the people in Trinidad. Everything. And we come, and they come to the house and come to the people every year, every time, to say, vote for Trinidad to take care of us. I want to say that from 2021 December, the people of Tobago decided to put an end to that. And we ain't going back. The member for Dallas Spring Wim spoke about the bills. I want to say, and I want to ask the people of Tobago to accept nothing less than a full definition of Tobago in accordance with the UNCLOS, United Nations Law of the Sea.
Yes.
Nothing less. We must know for sure, that this country is made up of 2 states, one in Trinidad, one in Tobago, and each state must bring something to this union that we have. Yeah. And we must know how to define it. This is not about administrative control. This is about what Tobago brings to the union, and Tobago brings significant resources that we are not getting a cent from.
Yes.
Not a cent. 4.03. Hypocrisy. The member there spoke about Tobago's security. I want to read this quote, and I quote, God and all can't help us. Can't help us, meaning we on this side. God and all can't help us with what is coming. That's what he said. Before all of this bacchanal started with police and so on, that's what he said. What it meant was that the PNM sat down in the closed doors above the cemetery wherever they sit down.
Don't say it.
Thank you, Madam
Don't
Presiding
say it.
Officer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I just heard that the diver did sit down. I would just hear so. I never really see them, so let me take that back. I take that back. But they sit down in the high citadels wherever they sit down, and colluding and planning with the police to target us continuously, month after month, year after year, using the national security apparatus to spy and listen and try to charge us for some foolishness.
Member, relevance, please. This
Madam
is a
Presiding
discussion about
budget.
budgetary allocation for Tobago.
Absolutely, Madam Presiding Officer, but I have to respond because you allowed him to bring all kind of things into the debate, and therefore you should allow me to respond. He talks about the projects. Some of them we have not attempted, that we have completed. Bay Hill, King Peter Bay Road. And we doesn't just build projects just because we could build projects, because, we went up there and we look and we say, hey, we got to move them 200 and how much steps? 200?
192.
192 steps. Yeah. Where the fella see on the video, since for a blow, they're walking up step.
Yep.
P&M can't move it.
Yeah, the same man.
Today, people who own land on the backside of the hill submitting drawings to town country planning because we built the infrastructure that was required for them to invest their money in Tobago. And that is what you do when you have a development budget. We built Smithfield, not because we wanted a project to build, because we were planning Carnival and we wanted a secondary road, and the opportunity was there to connect Montmary to Scarborough to give persons of Smithfield and what do you remember the street? Samsters Hill and so on, access, and to give people coming from the west to be able to come into town without coming into town, as we just put it. And so, I'm thinking I must close this speech. When we come to this house to talk about budget and what we should be allocated, I want Tobagonians to consider that the only limiting factors that prevent us from getting what we deserve in this union is the PNM.
Yes.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
I want to talk just a bit about a little further on this national security business. We have sat, and from my division, we have sat the division, and we have requested support of the Tobago Police to secure our projects and members of the public driving by where our projects have been built. And they refuse to come. They refuse, preferring to request that we pay extra duty to police officers to protect the citizenry. That is the PNM. That is the PNM. That is the PNM. We've sat by and we've seen the central government decide that they will not grant SPEL an export license. They will not grant SPEL and the THA the opportunity to bring foreign exchange into the country when they sell off Petrotrin. Studley Park Enterprises Limited, commonly called the Quarry, refusing to do it because we have refused to pay almost $5 million in royalty to the Ministry of Energy. Now, where in the world that should be possible? The PNM decided that because SPEL became SPEL as a private company in 2017, they've read some law that says that we should pay royalties and SPEL and paying royalties. We had a quarry in Tobago just up from the government own, started before 2017, that never pay a cent in royalty.
not to the THA, not to the central government, not to nobody. On lands that somebody gave them, on THA land, they mine it forever, take out all the material from it, not a cent in royalty to the THA or to the central government, but insisting that the spell pays them royalties. Is the Prime Minister friend? Yes.
Members, please.
The Exchequer Act, Exchequer and Audit Act, Madam Presiding Officer, states in section 12 that there shall be an exchequer account, and section 13 says that all revenues shall be paid into the exchequer account. Revenues under section 2 includes royalties. The Exchequer Act. However, section 49 of the THA Act, Parliament states that all revenue collected in Tobago shall be paid into the Tobago Fund. And that revenue includes any company, financial institution, or person operating a business in Tobago shall pay in Tobago all taxes, fees, duties, levies, and all imposts in respect to operations in Tobago. So how in God's green earth should the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of what is it? Under Gopi School, what's the ministry name? Trade should be insisting that Spell pay royalties for rocks in Tobago. For businesses done in Tobago to them, and refusing because they are the power under the stupid laws that others make. They are the power to refuse. Because their slave master was better than our slave master, and they're better than us, and they could just take and do anything to Tobago, supported by the members opposite. Are supported by the members opposite.
Member, your time is up.
I wish to ask, beg to move that we extend to the goodly member for Scarborough Mount Grace the additional time of 10 minutes.
Honourable members, the question is that an additional 10 minutes of speaking time be given to the member for Scarborough Mount Grace to complete his presentation. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? Member, please continue.
Thank you, members, and thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Where was I at Spell? What is the recourse we have when the Ministry of Energy decides to break the law? The same, don't I say it's a stupid law, to break the law and prevent a whole state in Tobago from operating, from making Spell into a profitable entity when the whole of Guyana want all the stones? When? What recourse do we have? The only recourse we have is to move them out of office in Trinidad. Huh? So, Madam Presiding Officer, let me close by saying that every single resident, every single citizen of Tobago should join with us and tell the Prime Minister and tell the Minister of Finance that the law says that they must consider, that's all we want, consider the developmental needs of Tobago. Consider it. And when you go to the Parliament on Monday, tell the country that you have considered Tobago's developmental needs and you have determined those needs to be $260 million. Tell the country that a separate island is getting an equitable share of the budget. And that equitable share for development and capital expenditure
is $260 million. Tell them that you have considered it and that you as a Tobagonian, head of the government, in fact participated in a meeting with the Minister of Finance and sat and you considered it and you have determined and approved the budget before that $260 million is all that the people of Tobago need for capital development works in the whole of Tobago. Tell them that it is equitable. And then tell them that you ain't giving them an extra cent more until they vote for your bill. No media review. When the media review come, they go in and get themselves another $7 billion and then give us a cent. Everybody just do breaking all the laws and we sit down in Tobago and just taking it and time for that to stop. Time for that, if I this to a break, time for that to stop. We are not you, Tobago, wherever you are, Tobagonians, wherever you are, whether you're in the States, you're in Europe, you're in Trinidad, you are not second-class citizens in this country. You're not. And time for us to stop accepting this second-class treatment. We're not. We are equal under the law. We are a democratic state, and no democracy should allow for one state to rule the other. We must fix that once and for all in 2025 or late 2024. Because I see they hustling with the airport and thing. So we must fix that. Because the only way to have an equitable share of this country's resources, the only way to do it is to be able to move the PNM from the parliament. That's the only way to do it. And we must resolve ourselves to accept that if we are to do it, we have to come together as Tobagonians, and we have to find a way that we must work together to achieve the one goal that our forefathers wanted: a fully functioning, self-determining Tobago House of Assembly. Thank you.
Member for Bethesda Lescato.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, and a warm good afternoon to members of this August House. Happy return to the people's business. As Secretary of Education, Research and Technology, it brings me great joy and pleasure to stand here, also as the representative of Bethesda Lescato, to represent the voice of the people. I stand in support of the original motion as I rise today to confront the significant challenges we face within the education system and this Tobago House of Assembly by extension. I want to assertively defend the points raised by our Honorable Chief Secretary, Fali Chavez Agustin, because his points are a necessary tool for us realizing our vision of making Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. Madam Presiding Officer, as we prepare for the national budget statement on Monday, September 30th, 2024, it is imperative that as a people, we address the financial realities impacting this island and hold accountable those responsible for our current socio-economic crisis. Madam Presiding Officer, the Tobago House of Assembly has a clear mandate under Act 40 of 1996, and that is to manage the affairs of Tobago. Yet, we are continuously and continually hampered by inadequate funding. That is nothing we are not aware of. The DRC has recommended, and we've been speaking about that over and over again in this House, that Tobago's allocation should fall between 4.03% and 6.9% of the national budget. However, we persistently, and Chief said it explicitly, receive allocations averaging of the 4.03%. Minority Leader, in an effort to hoodwink the Tobago populace, spoke to receiving more allocations. More allocations in terms of dollars and cents because the national budget has also increased. But that does not take away from the fact that the percentage, if I receive $1 this year and I receive $2 next year, but the percentage nationally, because the national budget has increased, obviously the dollars and cents will be more. But that does not change, Madam Presiding Officer, the percentage. The percentage remains the same. But more than that, Madam Presiding Officer, Minority Leader again, in an effort to hoodwink Tobago, has not spoken to the fact that the increase occurs on the recurrent side. The DP, Madam Presiding Officer, and I can attest to it, 2022 to 2023 fiscal, we were in Trinidad there and we heard the 300 million and we felt good. But by 2023 to 2024 fiscal, Madam Presiding Officer, a sharp decrease to $260 million. The Minority Leader needs to be truthful in his propositions here in this House. Tobagonians, the Chief Secretary in his wind-up would spend some time again educating us on the difference between recurrent and DP. And when we have national increases, that 4.03% is what we should focus on, not the figure. The percentage is what we're here speaking to. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to put on record that this is unacceptable and a direct contributor to the challenges we face today as a TPP executive. I want to also strongly condemn, as I said before, the PNM for their role in this crisis. You see, Madam Presiding Officer, since taking control of this assembly in 2001, their administration has exhibited a blatant disregard for the needs of the people of Tobago. Their neglect has not only stifled Tobago's progress, but has also inflicted long-lasting damage on the very fabric, and I'm getting specific here, of our educational system. It is time for the members on the other side to reflect on the consequences of their inaction and their poor governance, just as Tobagonians did on that 6th of December, 2021. Madam Presiding Officer, the statistics speak for themselves. We, the TPP administration, have inherited a workforce of 17% of our people, only 17%, having completed their primary school education. This is not merely a statistic, Tobago. It is a direct indictment of decades of poor planning and a lack of investment in our human capital. The ramifications for this neglect are felt acutely within the Division of Education, Research and Technology, which I so lead. We continuously struggle to provide quality education and the services our islanders deserve. Yet, under my leadership and under the leadership of the Chief Secretary of Tobago, we have found creative ways to execute projects and drive progress. You see, Madam Presiding Officer, it's not enough to come and lament on the fact that we know that the People's National Movement is going to continue doing what they have been doing. But we on this side, as Chief Secretary spoke to earlier, have been finding resilient and creative ways to ensure that we get on with the business of the people. Madam Presiding Officer, on September the 6th, a couple days after school reopened, Secretary of Education and her team at DIRTEC brought together a diverse group of education stakeholders, including corporate Trinidad and Tobago, alumni associations, and just persons who are willing to give back to this island, persons from the diaspora, etc. And we held something called a Secretary Stakeholders Brunch. And what that brunch was meant to do, because it was not just a gathering to eat and drink, it was a vital step towards strengthening partnerships between government officials, school administrators, business leaders, and community partners. The objectives of that branch underscored our commitment to advancing education. We highlighted our achievements at DIRTEC and the milestones within the education sector at large, and this included expressing all the successful projects we had already completed aimed at improving student outcomes. There was open dialogue at the event, Madam Presiding Officer, which allowed stakeholders to address key challenges within the education system. And collaboratively, we developed innovative solutions to enhance the learning experiences of all our students. Madam Presiding Officer, you see Sustainable Development Goal, quality education, and that's goal number 4, is the mandate of the Division of Education under this administration. There, we highlighted the introduction of a stakeholders' vision blueprint, a booklet which highlighted and outlined proposed projects designed to foster creativity, academic excellence, and community engagement across our Tobago schools. Schools are at this time enhancing their projects because at that point in time of the 57 schools under our purview, there were about 28 or 29 schools with completed projects and others were there working on theirs. In that gathering, Madam Presiding Officer, we emphasized the importance of reinforcing our collaborations to ensure the successful implementation of these projects. Madam Presiding Officer, at the branch, there were also engaging panel discussions focused on enhancing student outcomes and inclusive education while exploring the critical role of corporate sponsorship in addressing the rising challenges of crime, youth violence, and of course, juvenile delinquency. I firmly believe, as I stated, that at the event, the investment of education is more than just a moral obligation. And so we have had the fact that this economic imperative needed to be one where all of us as an island moved towards this shared goal of quality education. Madam Presiding Officer, at this time, I am pleased to report that we currently have over $400,000 in pledged support to our projects, with 14 projects already listed to be sponsored by corporate Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, at this point in time, I'm pleased to also announce that we have alumni associations, 8 of the 9 alumni associations of our secondary schools, also coming to us, ready, willing, and able to partner with the Division of Education, because we understand that our paltry $31.2 million on average for DP that takes care of a financial assistance to tertiary students, or multicultural unit, and right now we're trying to focus on revitalizing the Pan in School project, our sporting education unit, and as Chief spoke to that before, with an allocation of $100,000. Last year we spent almost $5 million right at the Division of Education because Tobagonians have been excelling at sport. Madam Presiding Officer, while I'm here, I was just reminded, and this is a comparative analysis at that at the Division of Education, and just as you said, Chief, we've been taking little and making a lot out of it, and probably that has been the error of our ways. Because I was just reminded, and it came to me while I was giving the minority leader or counselor just an update of what the budget for the school repair program was. Madam Presiding Officer, in the Ministry of Education, with a budget of $8.022 billion, and almost 800 schools under the minister's purview, they expended $20 million on their school repair program. At the Division of Education, and I'm speaking to the DP now, with that $31.2 million, with all the commitments we have, we also expended $20 million with 57 schools under purview. Madam Presiding Officer, I don't know how else to speak to what commitment to education is. 57 aging plants. Well, probably 50, 55, because Scarborough Roman Catholic and Scarborough Methodist are newer schools on the island. And we could find, after spending all of that on assistance to tertiary students, at multicultural units and the Pan in Schools revitalization program, sports in education, and the other developmental programs of the division, still find a way to pool $20 million, not because we had to, but because we needed to. Our schools are in a state of disrepair, and that is the commitment of the people on this side, commitment to Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, during the financial year 2022 to 2023, 2023 to 2024 rather, we faced a significant increase in recurrent expenditure due to the 4% salary increase to teachers. And I want us to pause here for a second. You all remembered what happened in about December or so of 2023, with ministry explaining that by the 19th of December, teachers will be paid X amount of money, and we had all these phone calls flooding us up there at Dutchford Plaza. The money was not in Tobago, but the announcement came, and we were caught unawares. And then, of course, in an effort to ensure that we won par with our counterparts in Trinidad, administrator and myself sat and we worked the numbers, crunched the numbers, called then Secretary of Finance, Chief, we have to ensure that our teachers enjoyed a good Christmas. And while we were there working, we got some releases. We got allocation. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, we worked tirelessly. We set up a help desk, and teachers had the opportunity to be paid their releases. If they didn't get it before Christmas, they got it in time for New Year's. But guess what, Madam Presiding Officer? If a 4% increase, and I can quote the figures, our monthly salaries for teachers, and I'm talking about, of course, the public servants, because this does not affect the contracted teachers, and we'll have to have a conversation about even that. $11,130,000 per month is how much we expended on these salaries before. That increase, we now expend $13,490,000, Madam Presiding Officer, with no increase in our budget. What does that redound to? And we faced the challenges recently. Madam Presiding Officer, in the first week of school, thank God for intervention from Chief and Secretary of Finance and myself. Our maxi taxi drivers were owed $2.1 million. 2.1, that's recurrent. But guess what? In an effort to ensure that we manage the finances of the Division of Education well, we had to sit with them and make commitments. They have since been paid. Madam Presiding Officer, in that same first week of school, school nutrition, $12 million. Because think about almost $3 million shortfall every month from January to September. What you're going to have? You're going to have a situation where your other recurrent spend is going to be affected. Madam Presiding Officer, security, $12 million. Again, direct shortfall. And so I'm saying in this house that when the Division of Education comes here, just as every other division, it's not because we want. If we really have to take this island in the place we said, and I mean minority leader came, and I am glad you're back in the house. Stop hoodwinking Tobagonians, minority leader. The 4.03 remains consistent. The national budget increased. So, of course, 4.03 with an increase in the national budget would redound to an increase in the THA spend. Focus on the DP. You stood here and you said X amount of $1 billion, only focusing on the recurrent minority leader. But speak to Tobago and let them know that the national recurrent also increased. And so I'm going to allow the Chief Secretary to wind up there by reiterating that, because Tobagonians, this is the age of enlightenment. Madam Presiding Officer, currently, even in all those shortfalls I spoke to, we're ending the financial year in some debt. And the debt usually occurs with DP. But for the first time in a long time, we have challenges on the recurrent side. And Secretary of Finance, I'm going to also allow you to speak to the ramifications of that. Currently, we have expenditure, shortfall expenditure with the same school nutrition program. $3 million were out. Security for schools, shortfall of $4.7 million. Janitorial services for schools, $6.8 million. Gratuity and increments. We inherited a debt, and according to you, Chief, you told me it's the most we've ever paid as an assembly historically on gratuity and increments, and we can't seem to find a way. We still have, to date, $8.4 million in gratuity to pay out. We have materials and supplies to schools, including minor equipment of almost $500,000, and basic grants. Basic grants, a shortfall of $4 million. Madam Presiding Officer, the shortfall experience has been addressed through supplemental funding. But that supplemental funding, and when I say supplemental, I'm speaking about us actually sitting in the Executive Council and finding a way, division by division, for that money to be sent over to the Division of Education. And colleagues, I want to express my gratitude to you for those of you who have given up something to ensure that the Division of Education stayed afloat. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to speak again and reiterate the fact that even with all the assistance from my colleagues, this proves insufficient, and it will continue to prove insufficient once we continue along the trajectory of the 4.03%. The current socio-economic crisis is not merely an educational issue, and yes, I'm Secretary of Education, but I speak for all my colleagues in this august House. It is an issue that demands our immediate attention and action. The consequences of this underfunding, Madam Presiding Officer, affect our health services, our public safety, and the overall quality of life in Tobago. I heard my colleague, Secretary for Infrastructure, speak to, and he's probably one of the best examples of how much he has been doing with a little. Probably so much so that you're wondering, and I call him, where is he? He's not in the house. Superman, just making it happen. And in record time too. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, when we stand here with Minister Imbert about to present on Monday, again, and all the issues of, what is it? Fiscal mismanagement, and the PNM is a perfect example of that. And again, hypocrisy to come in this house and speak to it, because a lot of the challenges we currently face has been inherited from them. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, as I stand here, Minister Imbert, wherever you are, I hope, like Pharaoh and Moses, to soften your heart, for you to understand the plight of Tobago. The woeful underfunding of the THA is something we inherited. Chief spoke to it extensively in this house, but it cannot continue like this. And so I hope that my colleagues, when they stand to contribute to this motion, speak specifically to what's happening in their divisions so Tobagonians can understand the plight of the current THA, but speak collectively to that one voice of us saying, listen, we don't want we money sleep outside. We don't want we money sleep outside. And Tobago, it is time enough that again, another hoodwinking of this 6.8 like a carrot dangling on a stick with all the imperfections of the bill be thrown out of the window, because currently the DRC allows us to go all the way up to 6.9%. Madam Presiding Officer, I thank you.
Do we have any more speakers on this topic? Assemblyman for Canaan Bonaccord.
Bonaccord, Crown Point, madam.
So I'm sorry, Bonaccord, Crown Point.
Madam Presiding Officer.
Member, before you start, as per standing order, let me get it right, 16, sitting of the Assembly, 16-2 at 4:30, the presiding officer shall suspend the sitting and order it to be resumed at 5 p.m. It's now 4:23. Can we make a decision as to if we are going to sit and expend the matters on the order paper, or are we going to break at 4:30 and resume at 5? Leader of Assembly Business.
Madam Presiding Officer. Yes, I wish to propose that the member for Bonaccord, Crown Point, is allowed to finish his presentation, after which we take that 30-minute break and resume on the business of the order paper.
Honorable members, the question is that the member for Crown Point, Bonaccord Crown Point, starts and finishes his presentation after we would break for that 30 minutes and come back. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, you may begin.
Madam Presiding Officer, it's always a pleasure and honor to present in this honorable house. I must say good evening to my esteemed colleagues and my team headed by the Honorable Chief Secretary, Farley Chavez Augustine. I also welcome back each and every one of us to this house after the break. Madam Presiding Officer, as I stood here this afternoon and I listened to the minority, I said to myself, if it's one person I can make out of plasticine, is the minority. Because I knew exactly what he was going to say. I knew exactly what he was going to come with. Because all that comes out of his mouth is buncombe. And if you know what is buncombe, that is another word for foolishness. Madam Presiding Officer, I stand here today with hope and optimism that the Tobago House of Assembly will finally be given the fiscal respect it deserves. This is not just a matter of what we deserve, but it is also a matter of justice and fairness as mandated by law. However, I must also remind myself of the continued disrespect the central government has shown to the Tobago House of Assembly.
Member, please be guided by the standing order 44 and 49. When a member is on his feet, you are not to interrupt. Continue.
It has been going on since the DRC's ruling. It's been years, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, if one is to take a deep dive into why the THA has never received the full allocated, mandated by law funding, we may have to ask ourselves questions with mysterious answers. Madam Presiding Officer, allow me to explain to this House a couple of reasons we need our legally established allocation out of the national budget. If we are to meet our full developmental goals, we need the financial muscle to execute our social plan. Development is both people and infrastructure driven. So if we get what is due financially, we will effectively be able to fulfill both recurrent and developmental agendas, enabling the public and private sectors to win, ensuring that Tobago wins in every situation, and fulfilling our goal of becoming the greatest little island on the planet. We want to have the resources to address, if not all, but the majority of issues faced within all electoral districts from Crown Point to Charlottesville. They say half a loaf is better than no loaf, but it's time we get our whole deserved loaf, which is really baked in Tobago, but taken by those in Trinidad, and we are left with the crumbs to treat with all major issues here on the island, including high priority projects. With nothing added, no extras, not even gravy on the crumbs, we continue to choke. Meanwhile, the central government continues to borrow to suffice their needs without considering the Tobago House of Assembly. Yet those on the opposite side continue to say we are given enough, even while we struggle to make ends meet with the bare minimum we receive. It's not that we are complaining Tobago, but we are highlighting the issues. We are highlighting the disrespect. We are highlighting the underfunding. So when you come and you complain and say, I can't get a box drain, I can't get a pavement, I can't get an early morning walk, Tobagonians, you have to understand what we are faced with here in governance. I just go back and recollect. The Bobby Head said to us, if you vote those on the other side, you will suffer.
I agree. Please be guided accordingly. Member.
Right. So,
Honorable members of this House,
I remember when the Honorable said, if you vote those on the other side, Tobago, you will suffer. And we are seeing that. Power is in the tongue. Madam Presiding Officer, the Tobago House of Assembly's constant cries and sometimes literal begging to be given our due and fair share of the national pie is not just about making noise in the space. Based on the decision of the DRC's legal recommendation, we are advocating that Tobago's allocation by law should be between 4.03 and 6.9% of the national budget. The mighty shadow asks, what's wrong with me? What is wrong with Tobago? Why we can't get what we are given? When the confused on the other side want to try and hoodwink the people of Tobago, remember the figure. People of Tobago, this is your money that is being withheld from you. Your children, your
this is the last time I'm going to say when a member is on his feet, there should be no interruptions. Please continue.
Madam Presiding Officer, you see when you speak the truth and you try to let Tobagonians know what is going on, they try to just let everything go away. They interrupt. Every minute they have something to say. But I thought the minority was more sensible than he is because we went to school together, we played. The truth really hurts. Right? So Tobago, we have to ignore the old noise and get married to the facts. The fact is that the Tobago House of Assembly is the only legal body as it relates to Act 40 of 1996 to govern the affairs of Tobago, and in order to do so, we are duly asking for what is entitled to us in our allocation. The fact is that we are legally due the 5.8% requested of our country's national budget. On the other side, they like to talk about money being spent on the island through ministries. Send them packing with that. Tell them to stop playing smart with foolishness and obey the laws of the land. Let me reiterate, the Tobago House of Assembly governs the affairs of the people of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, let me also remind the people of Tobago that it is not only this administration that has been pleading with the central government to do what the DRC recommended. Let me take you back down memory lane. In 2015, the then Finance Secretary, Joel Jack, is on record as doing the same when the People's Partnership was at the helm of the central government. He was asking for what is due unto Caesar to be given unto Caesar. But soon as the guards changed, there was suddenly a deafening silence on this issue and other pertinent matters from the then PNM-led THA. To this day, that deafening silence continues, even though the two representatives in Parliament are born and bred Tobagonians, one from the east and one from the west. Tobago, is this what you elected them for? Silence on matters of how you live and thrive? Madam Presiding Officer, I can boldly say with authority that this administration will not be silent on the issues of our budgetary allocation. We will be like a thorn in the side of those who control the coffers and keep demanding what we are legally owed. When we attempt to calculate our figure in terms of what we did not receive in past allocations legally, Tobagonians, we are owed in excess of $160 million. Imagine what could have been achieved with that money. Yes. Pay us what you owe us. Madam Presiding Officer, when those on the other side were in power, they stayed silent on Tobago's underfunding due to them being politically and administratively muzzled by their PNM controllers. This administration will not be muzzled by the same. We will continue to fight tooth and nail for what is rightfully ours. Madam Presiding Officer, for Tobago to realize its full developmental potential, we are calling on the Honorable Minister of Finance to give us our estimation. Tobagonians, we must dream big, aim for higher heights, and not be held down by the evil force of those in red. We are more significant than a coal pot, more prominent than what they see in us. So we ought to think big and realize those dreams as big as they may be. Madam Presiding Officer, underfunding has hampered us severely. For example, while millions of dollars are allocated to agriculture in Trinidad, we here in Tobago only receive a paltry $3 million. Is that what we deserve? Our Secretary for Education had to work magic to have our schools ready for a reopening, while the dolly in Trinidad, who has more access to funding than us here, complained of it inadequately. Madam Presiding Officer, people of Tobago, there are ministries in Trinidad that are allocated more funding than the entire Tobago House of Assembly. These are just a few examples of underfunding from the central government. Maybe as a political desperation and election fever get high and the PNM political heartbreak of being out of office, we may be finally given our full share of the budget. But who knows, my friends, time and time alone will tell. Madam Presiding Officer, with all that I have said, my team continues to work fiscal miracles to meet Tobago's needs. To this team headed by our resourceful Chief Secretary, I must say, well done. Well done to all our divisions for taking what little they are given and making ends meet to get the job done. However, to fully meet our goals, this political and administrative disregard from the central government must stop. We are calling on the Minister of Finance to do the right thing, or we will have no problem going to the constitutional avenues to get justice. Give Tobago what is due unto them. Let your conscience be your guide, and do the right and honorable thing. As the good book says, every charitable act is a stepping stone towards heaven, and the happiest people are not those who get more, but those who give more. Madam Presiding Officer, for the chance to contribute to this critical debate, I thank you.
Honorable members, as decided amongst us, we would now break for half an hour and return at about 5:15. It's about half an hour? 10 past 5? 10 past 5. Right? The House is now on break.
All eyes and ears will focus on the Parliament next Monday, September 30th, as Minister of Finance Colum Imbert will present the national budget. And though the Dispute Resolution Commission recommended that Tobago's allocation fall between 4.03% and 6.9% of the national budget, Tobago has consistently received allocations closer to the minimum of 4.03%. Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lead the charge by filing a motion in the House calling on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than 5.8% of the national spend to Tobago, which would adequately fund the island's critical development priorities. This Thursday, September 26th, from 1:30 p.m., debates resume with the 33rd sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. As always, our doors are open and all channels are clear. Tune in or come in. Either way, don't miss it.
Assembly Legislature wants you to be a part of Tobago's conversation. I'm going to ask you 4 easy questions. If you don't know, we'll learn something today, yeah? Where is the Assembly Legislature located?
Opposite courts, Birmingham Street. Uptown James Park.
In Scarborough, by James Park.
Uptown opposite courts.
I'll take that, but it is located Jerningham Street, Uptown Scarborough, all right? How often are sit-ins held?
Probably once a month.
You want to deliberate a little bit for me?
One day, probably on a Tuesday or something in the month. The last Tuesday in the month. Every other Tuesday in the month.
I do not know.
You want to take a guess for me?
Okay, once a week?
2 or 3 times a year? I don't know. That one hard for me.
That's all right, but let me correct you. It happens the 4th Thursday of every month. Once every month, all right? Who was the first presiding officer?
Mr. Davidson. No, I don't know what's the first presiding officer. From since in Mr. London time?
Before Mr. London's time. Yes, in the 1990s. You want to take a guess?
Now I know no. I remember this lady was a thick red lady, but I don't think she was the first. But I can't remember her name even though.
Okay. Is this your son?
Yes, it is.
What year was he born? Mommy, if you forget, that's something wrong. Mommy, what is this?
I don't really remember the date of birth.
Okay, is he a 90s baby or 80s baby?
80s.
All right, well, our first presiding officer was in the year of 1996, so I hope that hint helps.
1996.
Son, you want to chime in to help Mommy on this question?
I cannot.
It happens. Well, our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson.
Woo! Really? My exams was easier than this. I'm a Trinidadian. I've been over here like 10 years, and only when I'm over here, I took interest in Tobago politics.
Okay, but let me just allow you to know so you learn something today. Our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson, all right? Who is the current presiding officer?
Miss Taylor. I'm a PNM, so I ain't really take on what's happening with this new,
I respect that.
I can't remember who's the current presiding officer.
Take a guess.
I know it's a young lady, but I can't remember her name right now.
Tashia Burris.
Incorrect.
The other one, the other girl. The girl that went up in
Yes, up in arm.
What did anybody walk over?
Up in arm.
Miss Taylor, Abby Taylor.
There you are, that is correct.
All eyes and ears will focus on the Parliament next Monday, September 30th, as Minister of Finance Colm Imbert will present the national budget. And though the Dispute Resolution Commission recommended that Tobago's allocation fall between 4.03% and 6.9% of the national budget, Tobago has consistently received allocations closer to the minimum of 4.03%. Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lead the charge by filing a motion in the House calling on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than 5.8% of the national spend to Tobago, which would adequately fund the island's critical development priorities. This Thursday, September 26th, from 1:30 p.m., debates resume with the 33rd sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. As always, our doors are open and all channels are clear. Tune in or come in. Either way, don't miss it.
My name is Joel Nutsi Sampson. I am the Assemblyman for Bonaccord Crown Point. Also, I am the Deputy Presiding Officer of the Assembly Legislature. Added to that, I am the Assistant Secretary for the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. My electoral district, it spans from Center Street, the western side of Center Street. So when you enter where the community center is, from the western side, that is your left hand, it spans from there straight down to the back of the airport, up to the park. It includes Gaskin Bay Road, it includes John Gorman Trees, Silcotton Trees, Storbay Branch Road, Storbay Local Road, parts of Killigwin. It also includes the Bonaccord Integrated Development. It includes Milford Court. My electoral office is located at number 11, Milford Bay Plaza, Crown Point. It's the cream and brown building just opposite the Coliseum. The best thing about my electoral district, I think it's the clean, green, serene surrounding environment, you know. We have the wonderful beaches, we have Pigeon Point, we have Storbay, you know, we have the famous strip as they call the Avenue. So, you know, everything is on the west side and persons love it and I do love it as well. You know, added to the sand, sea and the sun, there are the reef boat tours, you know, you go out to the beautiful Island pool, you engage in a bath on the reef. They say when you take a bath out there, you look 10 years younger. So anyone who wants to look 10 years longer, just come to Bonaccord Crown Point. Let's take you on an adventure, on a journey, so that you will look that way. I was born and bred in Milford Court. That's in the beautiful village of Bonaccord. You know, it's a nice development, a nice housing area where it was closely knit. We grew up in those days with love and unity. So if you didn't have, you could always go by the neighbor and you could get something. Growing up wasn't always easy. You know, I had to work hard for everything that I have achieved thus far. And at the end of the day, the hard work surely paid off. So here I am today, and that's what you get when you work hard. Nutsi, the name comes from far back, from since I was approximately 4 years old. I love nuts, peanuts that is. So when they bought peanuts for Christmas, I would eat out all. And when Grace would come looking for the nuts, the empty bottles will be below my bed. So you know what that spelled? That was trouble. I did not grow up with my biological mom, which a lot of persons don't know. They know Miss Grace as my mom, and that's who I consider to be my mom because she raised me from 3 months old. She has 3 wonderful kids and they have embraced me as their own. And the funny thing is, each and every one of us, we are 5 years apart. So you couldn't tell because growing up with them from small, they say, you know, when you grow up among persons, you all tend to look alike. So you couldn't tell the difference. But my biological parents or the siblings, we are very close as well. You know, we have a close relationship because I'm a loving person, so I embrace each and every one. You know, if it's one thing, she ensures that my shirts are sharply pressed, the pants seam are straight, cut to suit. So, you know, she makes sure that I'm good enough to head out to work. Someone even said to me at the division today, Nutsi, you look so nice, what different about it? because they're accustomed to seeing me in the button-up jersey and the jeans at Wassa. But you know, sometimes in life you have to make a change. When you want to make a difference in society, you have to step outside of the box. You have to think differently, and that's what I decided to do. Now it's different, you know, you have to be an example to others. And I have a son that is coming up and he looks up to me as an example, so I cannot do it alone. We have to do it together. So when you hear about the revamping of the Crown Point area, that spoke to the residents and the business sector within Crown Point. We're going to have some revamping of the pavements. We're going to set up a tourism hub at Cowdong Park, which is the Storby Heritage Park. You know, we're going to enhance the entrance to Pigeon Point. That was Crown Point speaking to you. On the other side, there were persons concerned with the road infrastructure and drainage, because you know we have a lot of flooding issues. Prior to that beach cleanup, we would have toured Pigeon Point, myself along with the Secretary for Tourism, and what I saw was disheartening because it's a world famous beach, and the state that the surroundings was in, it was a bit deplorable. So we decided there and then that we should do a beach cleanup, because most persons just walk in along the entrance, they see the nice, clean, serene areas. But after you pass Renmar's bar and go around to the back where other activities take place, it was in a mess. I've always been a man on the ground, humble, down to earth, you know, loving, cool, calm and collective, and that won't change. That can't come out of me, it's embedded in me.
All eyes and ears will focus on the Parliament next Monday, September 30th, as Minister of Finance Colum Imbert will present the national budget. And though the Dispute Resolution Commission recommended that Tobago's allocation fall between 4.03% and 6.9% of the national budget, Tobago has consistently received allocations closer to the minimum of 4.03%. Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lead the charge by filing a motion in the House calling on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than 5.8% of the national spend to Tobago, which would adequately fund the island's critical development priorities. This Thursday, September 26th, from 1:30 p.m., debates resume with the 33rd sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. As always, our doors are open and all channels are clear. Tune in or come in. Either way, don't miss it.
We at the Peters Family Foundation are very happy to be associated with Down Syndrome Day. We assist persons with disability, not Down syndrome alone, but all the other disabilities. So we fit in on each day. Like for Down syndrome, we are here. For autism, we are here. Everything we are here to assist with. Jeremy inspired the Peters Family Foundation. My son Jeremy, he has Down syndrome. And my son who lives abroad, he's the one who really started it, because when he went away, he realized that they could do so much more than they were doing here. And so when he came back, he started the foundation. And since we have been, for the past 10 years, we have been assisting persons with disability.
Dr. John Langdon Down, he discovered this was a genital problem. And after his research, he came up with the chromosome problem, that there was an extra chromosome. The normal persons, you know, they possess 46 chromosomes. With the Downs, there's an extra chromosome. And this is what really created Down syndrome.
We are happy for the awareness campaign. It comes every year on the 21st of March, and then that is it. We are hoping that from this year, persons could keep the momentum going. Need to feel happy and look after for the whole year, not just this one day. You know, we are happy for the day, the recognition, the awareness, but let us keep them in mind all year through. I want to implore parents especially to take your children out. get them involved in every activity that they could be involved in so that they will bring awareness to the community. The love they have, the love they give is so much more. They are such loving children. So let's celebrate them today.
Happy World Syndrome Day!
All eyes and ears will focus on the Parliament next Monday, September 30th, as Minister of Finance Colum Imbert will present the national budget. And though the Dispute Resolution Commission recommended that Tobago's allocation fall between 4.03% and 6.9% of the national budget, Tobago has consistently received allocations closer to the minimum of 4.03%. Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lead the charge by filing a motion in the House calling on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than 5.8% of the national spend to Tobago, which would adequately fund the island's critical development priorities. This Thursday, September 26th, from 1:30 p.m., debates resume with the 33rd sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. As always, our doors are open and all channels are clear. Tune in or come in. Either way, don't miss it.
Natasha Charles Pantin. I am from Mason Hall and I am the Secretary of the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development. Growing up in Mason Hall was like a very humble, natural experience. I grew up in farming, going to plant corn and peas with my father on the farm in Belmont. My father, he was the one that oriented me to, agriculture. And my mom, she was the disciplinarian. She was the one that, shaped me into who I am today. Teaching you those life skills, and I maintained that throughout my entire life. I began my career at the Eastern Caribbean Institute of Agriculture and Forestry, and then I went on to study ecological sciences and forestry at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland, and then I went on to study public health at the University of Liverpool in England. So all my life I've been very close to the earth. I enjoy everything that is natural. I grew up with one sibling. It was always me looking up to my sister, looking up to her for guidance as a young lady. I'd follow everything that she would do, but it was very nice having a sibling that you could relate to and have all those experiences being a woman. My favorite dish as an adult is crab and dumpling. Crab, dumpling and provision. And if you throw in some pigeon peas or callaloo, even better. The first meal I cooked as a young person was curry fish and dumpling. And my father left me, he went to the garden, he left me to prepare the meal, and I tried to remember everything that he did step by step. And the one thing I didn't do correctly was to squeeze out the coconut milk and use the milk. I actually used the entire coconut, grated it, everything, and then threw it into the fish. And I will be excused for that because I was 12 years old. And when he came back, he didn't scold me because it tasted good. It wasn't like it was an entire coconut, it was just a bit of coconut. And he said, everything tastes good, but it's the coconut milk you're supposed to use, not the coconut. My journey in politics so far, while it is rewarding, it is challenging. I am grateful for all the experiences. I'm grateful for all the highs and lows. Under the division, we would have rolled out a lot of initiatives. Even within the district, we would have tried our best to manage our limited resources to get things done. But for me personally, bringing out the best in others makes me feel that this entire journey was worth it. Bringing out the talents in the children that I work with under the Reading with Expression program, even with technical officers that were not empowered to do things, differently. Just taking them along the journey of understanding that these things can be done and bringing out the best in them. I consider that to be the biggest achievement. Trying to make people comfortable within their own space first, and then moving on to bigger things within the community. I think it's a collective approach to everything, and so far, all of us would have decided that the district would need waste management structures. A lot of the community areas within the community are not well lit, so a lot of community members would have said they just need lights, they need lamps. We would have had deplorable roads, brace walls, drainage. People want to be comfortable in their own space to begin with. The Chief Secretary would have indicated that we have plans for the indoor sporting complex, and all these things are remarkable. It would get children, it would embrace the talents of the children. So that is one plan, and I consider it to be a mega plan given the amount of money that would be needed. But trying to make people comfortable within their own space first, and then moving on to bigger things within the community. I would say I'm jovial because many people refer to me as the woman that is always smiling. Regardless of how challenging things might be, I'm always smiling. And I am always smiling because there are always people that are looking on at you, waiting to see your expression and how you deal with things. And you have children looking up at you as well. And they should be able to see someone in the public space that they can follow. And I will remain that person, and that is who I am, just naturally jovial, approachable.
All eyes and ears will focus on the Parliament next Monday, September 30th, as Minister of Finance Colm Imbert will present the national budget. And though the Dispute Resolution Commission recommended that Tobago's allocation fall between 4.03% and 6.9% of the national budget, Tobago has consistently received allocations closer to the minimum of 4.03%. Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lead the charge by filing a motion in the House calling on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than 5.8% of the national spend to Tobago, which would adequately fund the island's critical development priorities. This Thursday, September 26th, from 1:30 p.m., debates resume with the 33rd sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. As always, our doors are open and all channels are clear. Tune in or come in. Either way, don't miss it.
We at the Peters Family Foundation are very happy to be associated with Down Syndrome Day. We assist persons with disability, not Down syndrome alone, but all the other disabilities. So we fit in on each day. Like for Down syndrome, we are here. For autism, we are here. Everything we are here to assist with. Jeremy inspired the Peters Family Foundation. My son Jeremy, he has Down syndrome. And my son who lives abroad, he's the one who really started it, because when he went away, he realized that they could do so much more than they were doing here. And so when he came back, he started the foundation. And since we have been, for the past 10 years, we have been assisting persons with disability.
Dr. John Langdon Down, he discovered this was a genital problem. And after his research, he came up with the chromosome problem, that there was an extra chromosome. The normal persons, they possess 46 chromosomes. With the Downs, there's an extra chromosome. And this is what really created Down syndrome.
We are happy for the awareness campaign. It comes every year on the 21st of March. And then that is it. we are hoping that from this year, persons could keep the momentum going. Need to feel happy and look after for the whole year, not just this one day. You know, we are happy for the day, the recognition, the awareness, but let us keep them in mind all year through. I want to implore parents especially to take your children out, get them involved in every activity that they could be involved in so that they will bring awareness.
And 6.9% of the national budget, Tobago has consistently received allocations closer to the minimum of 4.03%. Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lead the charge by filing a motion in the House calling on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than 5.8% of the national spend to Tobago, which would adequately fund the island's critical development priorities. This Thursday, September 26th, from 1:30 p.m., debates resume with the 33rd sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. As always, our doors are open and all channels are clear. Tune in or come in. Either way, don't miss it.
Assembly Legislature wants you to be a part of Tobago's conversation. I'm going to ask you 4 easy questions. If you don't know, we'll learn something today, yeah? Where is the Assembly Legislature located?
Opposite courts, Birmingham Street, Birmingham. Uptown James Park.
In Scarborough, by James Park.
Uptown opposite courts.
I'll take that, but it is located Jerningham Street, Uptown Scarborough, all right? How often are sit-ins held?
Probably once a month.
You want to deliberate a little bit for me?
One day, probably on a Tuesday or something in the month. The last Tuesday in the month. Every other Tuesday in the month.
I do not know.
You want to take a guess for me?
Okay, once a week?
2 or 3 times a year? I don't know. That one hard for me.
That's all right, but let me correct you. It happens the 4th Thursday of every month. Once every month, all right? Who was the first presiding officer?
Mr. Davidson. No, I don't know what's the first presiding officer. From since in Mr. London time?
Before Mr. London's time. Yes, in the 1990s. You want to take a guess?
Now I know no. I remember this lady was a thick red lady, but I don't think she was the first. But I can't remember her name even though.
Okay. Is this your son?
Yes, it is.
What year was he born? Mommy, if you forget, that's something wrong. Mommy, what is this?
I don't really remember the date of birth.
Okay, is he a 90s baby or 80s baby?
80s.
All right, well, our first presiding officer was in the year of 1996, so I hope that hint helps.
1996.
Son, you want to chime in to help Mommy on this question?
I cannot.
It happens. Well, our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson.
Woo! Really? My exams was easier than this. I'm a Trinidadian. I've been over here like 10 years, and only when I'm over here, I took interest in Tobago politics.
Okay, but let me just allow you to know so you learn something today. Our first presiding officer was Mr. Jeff Davidson, all right? Who is the current presiding officer?
Miss Taylor.
I'm a PNM, so I ain't really take on what's happening with this new, you know.
I respect that.
I can't remember our fan who's the current presiding officer.
Take a guess.
I know it's a young lady, but I can't remember her name right now. You know.
Tashia Burris.
Incorrect.
The other one, the other girl. The girl that went up in
Yes, up in arm.
What did anybody walk over?
Up in arm.
Miss Taylor, Abby Taylor.
There you are, that is correct.
All eyes and ears will focus on the Parliament next Monday, September 30th, as Minister of Finance Colm Imbert will present the national budget. And though the Dispute Resolution Commission recommended that Tobago's allocation fall between 4.03% and 6.9% of the national budget, Tobago has consistently received allocations closer to the minimum of 4.03%. Chief Secretary Farley Augustine will lead the charge by filing a motion in the House calling on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than 5.8% of the national spend to Tobago, which would adequately fund the island's critical development priorities. This Thursday, September 26th, from 1:30 p.m., debates resume with the 33rd sitting of the 2021 to 2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. As always, our doors are open and all channels are clear. Tune in or come in. Either way, don't miss it.
My name is Joel Nutsi Sampson. I am the Assemblyman for Bonaccord Crown Point. Also, I am the Deputy Presiding Officer of the Assembly Legislature. Added to that, I am the Assistant Secretary for the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. My electoral district, it spans from Center Street, the western side of Center Street. So when you enter where the community center is, from the western side, that is your left hand, it spans from there straight down to the back of the airport, up to the park. It includes Gaskin Bay Road, it includes John Gorman Trees, Silk Cotton Trees, Storbay Branch Road, Storbay Local Road, parts of Killigwin. It also includes the Bonaccord Integrated Development. It includes Milford Court. My electoral office is located at number 11, Milford Bay Plaza, Crown Point. It's the cream and brown building, just opposite the Coliseum. The best thing about my electoral district, I think it's the clean, green, serene surrounding environment, you know. We have the wonderful beaches, we have Pigeon Point, we have Storbay, you know, we have the famous strip as they call the Avenue. So, you know, everything is on the west side and persons love it and I do love it as well. You know, added to the sun, sea and the sun, there are the reef boat tours, you know, you go out to the beautiful Nyland pool, you engage in a bath on the reef. They say when you take a bath out there, you look 10 years younger. So anyone who wants to look 10 years longer, just come to Bonaccord Crown Point. Let's take you on an adventure, on a journey, so that you will look that way. I was born and bred in Milford Court. That's in the beautiful village of Bonaccord. You know, it's a nice development, a nice housing area where it was closely knit. We grew up in those days with love and unity. So if you didn't have, you could always go by the neighbor and you could get something. Growing up wasn't always easy. You know, I had to work hard for everything that I have achieved thus far. And at the end of the day, the hard work surely paid off. So here I am today, and that's what you get when you work hard. Nutsi, the name comes from far back, from since I was approximately 4 years old. I love nuts, peanuts that is. So when they bought peanuts for Christmas, I would eat out all. And when Grace would come looking for the nuts, the empty bottles will be below my bed. So you know what that spelled? That was trouble. I did not grow up with my biological mom, which a lot of persons don't know. They know Miss Grace as my mom, and that's who I consider to be my mom because she raised me from 3 months old. She has 3 wonderful kids and they have embraced me as their own. And the funny thing is, each and every one of us, we are 5 years apart. So you couldn't tell because growing up with them from small, they say, you know, when you grow up among persons, you all tend to look alike. So you couldn't tell the difference. But my biological parents or the siblings, we are very close as well. You know, we have a close relationship because I'm a loving person, so I embrace each and every one. You know, if it's one thing, she ensures that my shirts are sharply pressed, the pants seam are straight, cut to suit. So, you know, she makes sure that I'm good enough to head out to work. Someone even said to me at the division today, "Not say you look so nice, what different about it?" Because they're accustomed to see me in the button-up jersey and the jeans at Wassa. But you know, sometimes in life you have to make a change. When you want to make a difference in society, you have to step outside of the box. You have to think differently, and that's what I decided to do. No, it's different. You know, you have to be an example to others. And I have a son that is coming up and he looks up to me as an example. So I cannot do it alone. We have to do it together. So when you hear about the revamping of the Crown Point area, that spoke to the residents and the business sector within Crown Point. We're going to have some revamping of the pavements. We're going to set up a tourism hub at Cowdong Park, which is the Storby Heritage Park. You know, we're going to enhance the entrance to Pigeon Point. That was Crown Point speaking to you. On the other side, there were persons concerned with the road infrastructure and drainage because, you know, we have a lot of flooding issues. Prior to that beach cleanup, we would have toured Pigeon Point, myself, along with the Secretary for Tourism.
Councillor Petalon Roberts, you may enter the debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Allow me to also read some excerpts as I have figures as well that I'd like to present here today. It would be remiss of me to not seize this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Chief Secretary and his entire team for placing the confidence in my professional abilities, my integrity, and my demonstrated capacity to lead and manage the Division of Finance, Trade, and the Economy. I accepted this role with profound humility and an unwavering sense of duty. And it is truly an honor to join this administration as Secretary of Finance, Trade, and the Economy. I view my presence here as a vital contribution towards advancing Tobago's mission of faith, hope, development, and constitutional freedom. Madam Presiding Officer, I also want to express my heartfelt thanks to my family, my husband and my children, well-wishers, my extended family, my spiritual leaders, and even the team at the Division of Finance led by the administrator. I must say that I've felt an overwhelming support. I feel most encouraged, and I want to publicly extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have sent their congratulatory remarks and made me feel more confident in this role. With that being said, Madam Presiding Officer, I will now turn my attention to the substantive matter, which is the motion today, which deals with an allocation from the central government to Tobago that is fair, reasonable, and just. A just, reasonable, and fair share of the national budget in the upcoming 2025 fiscal package, which would be presented by the Minister of Finance on September 30th, 2024. Madam Presiding Officer, as you all know, I've worked within the technical sphere of the Tobago House of Assembly as both Senior Financial Analyst and Chief Management Accountant. And I had the unfettered professional intimacy with the operations of the entire THE, looking at the financial and fiscal ecosystem of the organization. And Madam Presiding Officer, you know what? At the end of the day, when I look at it from every direction, we have one common thing that I've noticed is that the Tobago House of Assembly suffers from insufficiencies in its finances. Simply put, not enough money is available to pay our bills and fund the island's critical development needs. Adjacent to the Chief Secretary's contribution, I would like to add some critical insights into this debate. And I will also share some of the measures and key challenges and implications currently facing the Tobago House of Assembly as a result of the persistent minimalist 4.3% that we have been getting from successive central governments. Madam Presiding Officer, the starting point of this debate, as every debater and even the Chief Secretary presented on, is the report of the DRC that was made in September 2000. And the Commission considered that a percentage of 4.03% is the starting point, right? It's the starting point to determining what is fair and practicable in the allocation of the resources to the THA. And at that time, that lower limit represented the percentage of Tobago's population, represented Tobago's population as a percentage of the national population. And it's important to know, Madam Presiding Officer, that Tobago's population has since grown from 4.58% in 2001 to now is about 5.1%. And therefore, at a minimum, Tobago should receive 5.1% of the national pie. I wish to also raise another critical issue that was read and laid in the DRC's report, and in section 6.4, and it states, whatever percentage is arrived at should be reflected not only in the parliamentary allocation, but particularly in the releases made by central government to the Assembly, so that some degree of parity would be achieved. And this is the point I want to expand on today. But before I expand on those points and bring the relevant figures and facts, because we're hearing talk about you're having more allocation, today what I will do is lay the facts and the truth on the table about the figures, the shortfalls, the underfunding, and the inherited liabilities that this Tobago House of Assembly had to work with. Madam Presiding Officer, let me now talk about these shortfalls. The Tobago House of Assembly received allocations, and we're only looking at a period from 2017. We can go way back, but let's look at from 2017 to as recent as 2023. We have seen where the government underfunded, or we have a shortfall. They didn't give us all our allocations to the tune of $166.4 million, and I will disaggregate it for you. This worked out an average of about $23.8 million per year. These cuts in the Assembly's allocation actually takes place on the last day of the fiscal year, on September 30th, and we are drawing near. On Monday, we will recognize how much short we will be for fiscal 2024, because it has not changed. But we will change it in this attempt. And I wish to say that this organized and calculated campaign is a financial attack against Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, the net-off process works like this. If Parliament says we're going to allocate $200 to the Assembly for a fiscal year, for the THA now has to collect taxes of $50. Then the Ministry of Finance, ideally if we do the maths, should give releases to the THA of $150. No more, no less. It can be more according to the law, but it should be no less. What the government has been doing from 2017 is to release less than $150 to the THA, which contributes to an ambush on the financial entitlement and the integrity of the Tobago House of Assembly. And the implications of this practice to the Assembly is far and wide, and I'm going to get into it. It's worth noting here again that the cuts to the allocation takes place, as I said, on the last day without any consultation with the THA, without any discussion, and without any notification by the central government. And the reality of the situation is that the THA's program of expenditure for the fiscal years are in keeping with our allocation. If we say we're going to do something that costs $50, but you give us $40, it is impossible for us to complete these projects because we are just not receiving the releases in accordance with our planned program of works. Therefore, when the central government takes an unlawful and inhumane decision to unilaterally reduce the THA's allocations, it's actually forcing us to carry over the liabilities to the next fiscal period. And I'll tell everyone, I'll tell Tobago this, what we are suffering here, why we cannot pay our bills, is because we have inherited liabilities from since the Assembly was in the hands of the People's National Movement. Today, I am armed with the data and the understanding. And I will let you know that the Honorable Chief Secretary wrote to both the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, highlighting these concerns about the shortfall of the $166.4 million owed to Tobago to be made available to the THA in order to aid us in liquidating the current liabilities that we now face. Madam Presiding Officer, another issue relating to the parliamentary appropriation is the releases to the Assembly. And this is what the law actually states this in section 47. It says that monies appropriated by Parliament for the service of the financial year of the Assembly shall be credited to the fund in quarterly releases in advance or block. But what the law is really saying here, Madam Presiding Officer, is that the central government must give Tobago its allocation upfront, 3 months upfront, in advance. And this provision, really in this law, was designed to ensure that the THA gets enough money to meet its estimated 3 months of operational and development expenditures. Madam Presiding Officer, this clear violation of the law really started to happen in 2017 when the government started to give the Assembly releases monthly. And Madam Presiding Officer, I want you to allow me to go through the figures. We're doing facts and figures as the accountant and the Secretary of Finance here today. Yes. We're not coming to talk about is the largest allocation, is the largest budget. Obviously, if you're giving me 4% of something larger, it means 4% of the larger amount. So, but I'll show you, although the appropriated sum was larger, the releases did not prove to be larger. And because we are receiving our allocations late, it's not according to the law, it's not quarterly or block in advance, we in the THA have to now absorb an expense called overdraft interest. And I will explain to Tobago how much overdraft interest we have had to incur. Now, I'm only going for the last 7 years. We are doing from 2017 to 2023. And I'll bring 2024 figures when I'm doing the recalibrated budget to show that this has not changed. However, I will prove to you that this administration reduced the overdraft interest because our Honorable Chief Secretary, when he was the Secretary of Finance, I think it was about a month into office or less, went down to the minister and said, we are not going to accept this 1 month releases. We cannot plan, we cannot pay. We're losing the trust and confidence of the people because we could not pay our bills on time. We also have the snowballing effect of this overdraft interest, which is sitting in our fund account right now. The balances that we have in the account are not real. They are not notional. They do not represent this administration's operations. It's an inherited debt from how many years ago, but I'm only going to highlight it for the last 7 years. So let's go with the numbers because the member on the other side, on our side here from Mason Hall, Mariah, is saying that numbers don't lie. So let's start with fiscal 2017. The appropriation that was passed in the Act of Parliament was $2,045,000,000, Madam Presiding Officer. The releases that we received from Trinidad, meaning the checks, the cash, the checks that came from the Treasury, was $1,781,174,412. We received and collected revenues of $207,248,122. So the total releases we received was $1,988,422,534. Obviously, there's a shortfall. If the appropriation say getting $2,045,000, there's no way we should end September 30th, 2017 with $1,988,425,34, and that's a shortfall of $56.5 million. In that same year, the overdraft didn't start the one month yet. We probably was getting it probably 2 months, or whenever the Ministry of Finance decided to send the releases. The overdraft interest in that year was $3,135,833, but it gets worse. In fiscal 2018, this was the year when the government said, I can't give you your releases. However, they were giving it. They start giving you 1 month. Meaning, in the month of October, you're getting a release somewhere down by the end of October. In November, you're getting a check somewhere down by the 30th. How can you get monies to service Tobago at the end of the month? You know what that means? You have to activate an overdraft.
Minority Leader.
The appropriation in that year under recurrent was $1,859,990,000. They supplemented the allocation. They gave us $100 million more. And the final appropriation was $1,959,990,000. And you know how much cash releases we got in terms of checks from central government? $1,722,621,245. That is $1.7 billion. We collected revenues of about $204.5 million. So in the end, on September 30th, the Assembly was supposed to have 1.959 for the entire year. We received 1.927, 109,833, a difference of 33,820,167. You all want to hear how much the overdraft fees were? And I need to tell lie. 10 million. Wow. 10,999,156. And you know what? We sat and we were okay with that. But you know who is suffering the consequences of that now? We are. And I am not here as Secretary of Finance because it's me, Petalina. I have children in Tobago. We cannot leave this legacy for our children to take care of. We have to fix this. This has to fix. And as I go later down, you would see how the fix has started with the Honorable Chief Secretary as leader. And we will continue to fight to ensure that these injustices stop. Let's go to fiscal 2019. The appropriation was $1.979 billion. Cash releases, $1,762,220,194. We collected revenues at the Board of Inland Revenue and other revenues of the THE of $200,494,115. Total cash releases, $1,962,714,309, a shortfall of $16.285 million. You want to hear how much the overdraft interest was? Because it's still collecting the thing 1 month, 1 month. Meaning, the releases for the month of October, you're getting it either end of October or November. Releases for November, I received it either in November late, December. Every month, it's every month you get into, you can't plan it. The overdraft interest was 9,971,292. In fiscal 2020, same thing. Appropriation, $2,033,000,000. We got a supplementation, we got an extra 50 million, and it came up to $2,083 million. Cash releases from central government, $1,861,914,290. We collected revenues of $195,909,626. Total cash releases of $2,057,823,916. A shortfall of $25.1 million. In that year, our overdraft interest was $1,737. Again, so you start to see is in the millions. And this overdraft is a non-budgetary expenditure. You know what that means? We don't take monies from the allocation and pay the overdraft interest, you know. The bank takes the overdraft interest and it reduces the releases of the Tobago House of Assembly. So you're not able to do as much as you wish. Fiscal 2021, $1,916,000,000, a supplementary release of $50 million. It came up to $1,966,000,000. Cash releases from central government, $1,773,101,727. The revenues collected from tax and non-tax revenues of $184,862,023. Total releases of $1,957,993,750. A shortfall of $8 million. And the overdraft interest in that year was $8,713,143. And this is where the pivot occurred. In fiscal 2022, this administration, we received $2,075,000,000, for the original recurrent allocation. We got a $60 million supplementary. Went up to $2,135,000,000. Cash releases from the government, $1,934,222,187. Tax and non-tax revenues collected, $188,533,992. That is total releases of $2,122,776,179. Shortfall of $12 million. But you know how much the overdraft interest was? Because the Honorable Chief Secretary, some days after coming into office, went and said, I cannot accept getting my releases 1 month. And he was negotiating, you know, he said. I think the Minister of Finance at that time had said, don't quote me, I think he did say, the government did not have the sufficient resources to give us quarterly or block in advance. The Chief Secretary at the time did indicate, all right, we'll take it 2 months, 1 month. So it therefore means in October, we'll have the monies for October and November, and in December, we receive that 1 month. The overdraft interest went down. Now I wish the overdraft interest could be zero, but it went down to $2,677,372. Now I heard the minority leader talk about failure. You know what was failure? Failure was having overdraft interest of $10 million, $8 million, $9 million.
Members.
But you know when we see the light?
Members.
We see improvement.
Secretary Roberts, hold one moment, please. Member for Mason Hall. This is the Secretary's maiden contribution. Please allow her to contribute uninterrupted. Please. Continue, Secretary Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And I'll just quickly wrap up and let's talk about last fiscal year. The allocation was $2,193,816,632 cash releases from the central government, $1,963,719,748. And tax and non-tax revenues collected, $214,881,692, with an accumulated total of $2,178,601,440, another shortfall of about $15.2 million, and our overdraft interest went down to the lowest in the last 7 years of $2.1 million. So although I'm speaking of reductions in the overdraft interest, I approached the Minister of Finance last month in August, and I said to him, this $45 million in overdraft interest, you have to give us the funding to cover this. Because this funding has eroded the positive position of our releases in our fund account right now. And the minister said, and I'm glad it's on the Hansard records, I will consider it. $166.3 million is owed to Tobago today for within the last 7 years. I can do an exercise and I could go way back. But in all fairness, because of the time value of money, and after a while things become statute bar after 7 years, let's go with the last 7 years. Tobago deserves this $166.3, particularly if our colleagues here on the other side is saying that we have received all this money and the highest allocation ever, but we never received the cash. I want Tobago to bear that in mind. We have a parliamentary appropriation that is an act of parliament where they say, I'm going to give you $200. Please give Tobago the $200.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, allow me to go to the point of the bond and the repayments of the bond. Now, in recent meetings with the Minister of Finance, we raised the matter again, as I must tell this Honorable House. On August 30th, I went to the Minister of Finance with 10 issues, and the issue of the bond repayment is one of the very critical issues that was brought to his attention. And the reason being is because the previous administration in May 2021 received 163. I'm giving you the exact figure. The bond was 164, but we had some fees that we had to pay because you're making investments and FCB is working for us. We had to pay some fees and it came out of the bond. They had at liberty and privilege $163 million that was used to do emergency restoration works and road restoration. How are the roads feeling today? I raised this matter with the Minister of Finance, Madam Presiding Officer, and that we get an appropriate allocation in fiscal 2025 to meet the overdraft payment to which he indicated his willingness to do so. Madam Presiding Officer, we have to make a bullet payment of $164.1 million in fiscal 2025. We approached the Minister of Finance. Because of fiscal prudence, we are saying, give us some funding to put into a sinking fund, an interest-bearing fund, so that when fiscal 27 comes, we wouldn't have to pay this full amount from our appropriation. Now, we have clearly indicated to the Minister of Finance during the recent meetings that the Assembly will not be able to meet this allocation in 2027, given the current minimalist percentage of 4.3% of the allocation. So this is the options that we ask the Minister to take into consideration. One, provide us with the funds. Now, these funds have to be separate and apart from the appropriation, because it is virtually impossible to give us 4.3%, which would give us somewhere around 2.2 billion under recurrent, and still be able to take that bond money that already spent is a sunk cost for us. Because I don't see the benefit. I don't know if you all seen the benefit of it, Madam Presiding Officer. That we will have to find $164 million in one bullet payment to the investors. We have also asked the Minister to approve the underwriting of these bonds for a further maybe 5 years or so, as we may not be able to pay the bullet payment in 2027. And the Minister has expressed his willingness to work with option 2, which is to underwrite and extend the bond for some years to come. Another critical matter that was brought to the attention of the Minister was that of the oil spill. And you will recall that the oil spill caused the Tobago House of Assembly to utilize its contingency funds of $15 million because we did not have the resources to pay for the cleanup. And Madam Presiding Officer, we received, the oil spill started in February, early February, and we were forced to use $15 million from our contingency fund, and the $50 million that the government sent during the midterm came on July 17th.
Member, your time is up.
Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move that we extend the speaking time for Councillor Roberts, Secretary of Finance.
Honorable members, the question is that an additional 10 minutes of speaking time is given to Councillor Petalan Roberts to conclude her presentation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Councillor Roberts, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And that $50 million, we received that in July of 2024, to be exact, several months after the oil spill had occurred. And this is the kind of problems we are receiving from the central government. We have to go begging. And imagine this is a catastrophe. A disaster occurred on the island, and we had to wait 4-5 months before we could receive funding from the central government. And the funding was not even sufficient to cover the liabilities, as we still have invoices amounting to somewhere close to $10 million. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to go now to the midterm request. And you will recall that the Minister of Finance, by way of the budget review, increased the national budget by $2,328,099,600, and Tobago was only allocated $50 million to meet the oil spill expenditure. This emergency funding really and truly should not be counted as part of the Assembly's appropriation by Parliament for fiscal 2024. As a matter of fact, we requested from the Ministry monies to pay off our contractors of $100 million, overdraft interest that I just calculated here for you, the overdraft interest of $46.5 million, and that's what it was at the time. Madam Presiding Officer, given the minimalist 4.3% share campaign, the Assembly should have really received supplementary allocation of $100 million. Let me give you the math. The supplementary appropriation, when the government went back to the midterm, they increased the entire budget for the country by $2,328,099,600. And if you multiply that by 4.3%, we should have really gotten $100.1 million in the fiscal mid-year review. You know how much we received? $50 million for the oil spill. For the oil spill. Here again, the central government has unlawfully denied Tobagonians of an extra $50.1 million in revenues to fund their development and to pay their bills. I hope that those on the minority side will tell their imperialists in Trinidad, in Port of Spain, to send Tobago the balance of funds by Monday. I want to bring to your attention another issue, and this issue doesn't have to do with parliamentary appropriation, but it has to do with a scenario where another disaster occurred in Tobago. You all remember Hurricane Beryl, Madam Presiding Officer? It visited Tobago and left trails of damages in our path. The Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility is a regional insurance mechanism designed to help Caribbean and Central American governments quickly access financial resources in the aftermath of natural disasters. It was established in 2007 to provide rapid payouts to member countries affected by major catastrophic events such as hurricanes, earthquakes, and excessive rainfall. So the government pays a premium for this insurance in case of a catastrophe or disaster. Now, as a direct consequence of Beryl, the insurance facility has stated in their report that there are governmental losses. Countries had losses. So 2 other countries of the Caribbean were reported in that report, as well as Trinidad and Tobago. According to the report, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has 2 tropical cyclone policies. So there are 2 policies, one specific for Trinidad and one for Tobago. You know why? Tobago is not joined with Trinidad. We are separate. So it's 2 separate policies. And in the report, there was a payout. For Tobago, US $372,752. And I did it in TT. So in TT, I used maybe 6.8%. 6.8, sorry, dollars, sorry, the foreign. So it's $2,534,713.60 payable for Tobago as a result of Beryl. For Trinidad, the payout was US $56,502.30. I'm not going to calculate that in TT because it's not relevant here for us today. So I approached the minister as one of the 10 issues.
Member, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. One of the 10 issues faced by Tobago, and I said, Minister, how can Tobago access this funding? And the minister's response was, you don't pay the premium, you ain't getting no payout. Tobago people, I want you to understand that under the office of the Chief Secretary, and the Chief Secretary can bring the figures. I don't have the figures right here, but we have bills for burial of about $500,000 at the office of the Chief Secretary that we cannot pay because the line item that we utilize to pay for these types of emergencies, 36 extraordinary expenditure, we are over right now because of the oil spill. But we got a payout on an insurance policy, and the minister has said to me, you don't pay no premium. You can't get that money. A premium that is paid for Trinidad, 2 separate policies, one for Trinidad and one for Tobago. Pay attention. So therefore, I did a kind of quick tally of the monies that are owed to the Tobago House of Assembly from all these things. Now, we're talking 4.3%. I ain't talking percent anymore. I'm talking monetary terms. about $45 million in overdraft interest, $166.4 million due to the shortfall. We want our $2,534,714 for barrel. We need the $50 million extra. When you multiply $2.5 billion by 4.3, because when you did the first appropriation, you gave us 4.3. You increased the budget by 2.5 billion, and we only receive half of what we were supposed to receive. So the government has $50 million still for us. There was also a grant from CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America. They indicated that they gave Trinidad and Tobago US $200,000 for the oil spill. We ain't see it yet. You know why? It's still in Port of Spain. And the minister said that is part of the $50 million I gave you on the appropriation. Appropriated funds and grant funding cannot mix. Can't mix the funding. Madam Presiding Officer, this is a harsh reality that we face. We don't have enough money. We are owed funding from central government, and we can't borrow. This has been the fourth cumulative experience of the Assembly occasioned by the 4.3% shortage that we have been experiencing. And I also want to lay on record that on Monday, I did an exercise with all divisions, and we now have instituted a debt management tracker in the Tobago House of Assembly at the Division of Finance. And I've started this debt management tracker because I want, as Secretary of Finance, to know what the position is of the Tobago House of Assembly in terms of its debts. Our debts total $1 billion. The current liabilities that must roll over into fiscal 2025 that we just cannot pay right now is $100 million cumulatively by divisions. We owe contractors about $450 million from before 2021. We owe funding because we just had to do...
Your time is up.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Do we have any more presenters to this debate? Please indicate via Councillor Daniel, Minority Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. And I want to join in welcoming all the members back to the House and our new member, the Secretary of Finance, as well as we welcome Clerk of the House. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I see before us today there are two options on the table. And one option is continuing to do the same thing as the Chief Secretary would have indicated in a previous incarnation, or two, as the amendment by the minority leader would have alluded to do something different and expect a more favorable result. The Chief Secretary would have gone through a number of years indicating to us from governments, be it PNM, be it UNC partnership, whoever is in the Tobago House of Assembly administration, be it the NAR, PNM, that there has been successive need for greater funding. So it doesn't matter which administration is in office in the Tobago House of Assembly or in the central government. The Chief Secretary proved the point that the allocation remained between 4.3% and 4.4%. And I think what the Chief Secretary would have done is to build the case that the People's National Movement manage the resources that they receive prudently. Madam Presiding Officer, if we go to some of the comments, and I want to go to the comment of the allocation for URP and CPEP. And the Chief Secretary spoke to a cost of $23 million for CPEP in fiscal 2023 and $60 million for URP in the same fiscal year. But Madam Presiding Officer, this is something that successive PNM administration had to deal with because the allocation has been 18 million, 20 million, 9 million consecutive years from 2017 to present. So if we go to 2017, Madam Presiding Officer, the former administration, which was the PNM, had the expenditure for URP was $54.9 million. The allocation at the time was $20 million. CPEP, the expenditure on CPEP in 2017 was $25.63 million. The allocation for CPEP at that time was $8 million. So, Madam Presiding Officer, the former administration also had to supplement the funding, and they had to find it to ensure that people are paid on time. Similarly, in 2019, URP, the total expenditure was $39 million, CPEP $22 million. In 2020, URP $51.6 million, CPEP $22.06 million. So, Madam Presiding Officer, what the Chief Secretary has brought to the House is something that has happened in the past, and the People's National Movement Administration, Tobago House of Assembly, PNM administration managed with less. So this is nothing new. So the Chief Secretary is behaving as if this is the first time that the THA is receiving an allocation that is less than what the expenditure is. And Madam Presiding Officer, what the Tobago House of Assembly has at its disposal, that when they receive the allocation in block, let's say 2.5 billion and the 2.3 billion disaggregated between recurrent and development program, the Tobago House of Assembly, through the Executive Council, has the ability to reallocate and reapportion based on its priorities. So if, for instance, there is a line item that is not adequately funded, the Tobago House of Assembly has the opportunity to reallocate the funding where it sees necessary. And unlike other ministries in central government, they have to go back to Parliament to do that reallocation. And the Tobago House of Assembly, under this new dispensation, it is clear that they are unable to manage the resources that they currently have. And I want to join with the Chief Secretary in saying that it is really not an issue of funding. It is an issue of how you manage the funds that is given to you. And we have seen clearly over the 3 years that they have received over $7 billion, and they have not properly accounted to the people on how they spend that money, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to go to another point, that the member for Canaan, Bonaccord Crown Point, and the Secretary of Community Development. Madam Presiding Officer, the Secretary spoke about disrespect and the funding that is received is not in keeping with the law. Madam Presiding Officer, the dispute resolution indicated that the funding should be between 4.03% and 6.8%. So if we have, yes, we are receiving the lower end, but if we are receiving 4.4%, it is within the ambit of the law, Madam Presiding Officer. And we on this side, we are not saying that it is sufficient. we agree that we need more funding, but Madam Presiding Officer, it has to be demonstrated that you can manage what you currently have. And again, this administration has not demonstrated that it could manage what it currently has. We have a situation, Madam Presiding Officer, where with the airport expansion project, the central government proposed to undertake a road project in keeping with the ANI airport expansion. And this was the Friendship Connector Road. The scope included land acquisition and resident relocation, establishment of the new road right-of-way, 36 meters proposed, construction of a 4-lane roadway, upgrade to the Shervan and Claude Noel Road intersections, construction of a utility corridor to accommodate all utilities, example Wassa and Tiantec, construction of all associated draining works, slope stabilization works, upgrade to Storbay Local Road, construction of 2 roundabouts, beautification, landscaping along the new access road at a proposed cost of $131 million. We have a situation right now, Madam Presiding Officer, where we are at the House at this present time saying that we are underfunded and the central government is disrespecting us, but the central government was willing to propose and undertake this project in the sum of $131 million, but we decided that we have the resources to do it, so we will do it. And what is now taking place is that instead of a 4-lane, we have a 2-lane. Yes, we have 2 roundabouts, but one of them, residents are complaining almost every day about how the roundabout is and whether or not accidents may occur on the roundabout. And Madam Presiding Officer, if you have a situation where your projects are funded to the tune of $131 million, won't you, as a right-thinking Tobago and a responsible Tobago House of Assembly, accept and collaborate with the central government to undertake this project? You have decided not to do so. And now you are spending over $50-something million, and that is $50-something million and counting, because the road is currently under litigation. So legal fees will be associated with this project, Madam Presiding Officer. So as simple as that, you can't collaborate with the central government on a project that will benefit all of Tobago, yet you come running to the House asking for greater funding, when there's an opportunity right there to get greater funding, Madam Presiding Officer. So, Madam Presiding Officer, there are several cases of this administration inability to manage what they currently have. Madam Presiding Officer, we have a situation, again, under this administration, where the cost of rent and lease to the THA plummeted from 2001 to 2023. So, Madam Presiding Officer.
Minority Leader, I'm just letting you know that I can hear your utterances. Minority Leader. And I won't allow those type of language in the House. Continue, Minority Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Yes, Madam Presiding Officer, we have a situation with the rent and lease, Madam Presiding Officer. And we have seen where the rent and lease expenditure from 2021 to 2023 ballooned significantly over the period. So, Madam Presiding Officer, we have a situation where in 2021, the rent and lease expenditure, rent and lease vehicles and equipment This expenditure was 13 million in 2021. It increased to 19 million in 2022, which is approximately 6 million more than it was in 2021. And then in 2023, Madam Presiding Officer, it ballooned to a whopping $39 million. And Madam Presiding Officer, we would like to know what has accounted for this significant increase. And for us on this side, it amounts to wanton wastage. And if you dig a little deeper, under the division of infrastructure, this line item, rent, lease, vehicles and equipment, in 2021, under the division of infrastructure, that expenditure cost was $10 million. In 2022, it was 12 million. And by 2023, Madam Presiding Officer, the expenditure again ballooned to some $35 million. So from the $39 million of the total expenditure by the THA, the Division of Infrastructure, their expenditure was $35 million. So, Madam Officer, again, another instance where this administration has demonstrated that they are unable to adequately manage the resources that they have. Madam Presiding Officer, I also want to turn to a comment made by the Secretary of Education. And the Secretary spoke about, the administration having to move around monies and finding monies to do the things that they deem as priority. But, Madam Presiding Officer, I want to advise the Secretary of Education that is a business of governance. And it is nothing new to, if you don't have the allocation and it is a priority, to look within to find if you see the things as priority. And Madam Presiding Officer, both in Trinidad and Tobago, the resources, the financial resources are limited and infinite. And central government and the Tobago House of Assembly has to manage with what they have. The Secretary spoke to the fact that the Division of Education would have expended $20 million on their school repair program when compared to the ministry. The ministry also spent approximately $20 million for the number of schools that they have. Madam Presiding Officer, if the ministry could have spent more money, because the minister said that there's a need, but right now the resources that they have was $20 million to spend on the school. So, Madam Presiding Officer, it demonstrates right now in this particular instance that the Tobago House of Assembly is in a better situation than the Ministry of Education. So, Madam Presiding Officer, again, is it about managing the resources that the Tobago House of Assembly have. And if you liken it to your own home, you will have a budget, your financial resources, your pay, any other additional income you have will be finite, but you have priorities in your home. Your children will want more than you have. But you have to prioritize your needs based on the resources that you had. And Madam Presiding Officer, the former Prime Minister said it, that the PNM does make governance look easy. I thought it was easy. So when we sat down, did the work, crunched the numbers, identified our priorities, reallocate the funding so that persons could be paid on time, so that people will not be singing for the heritage money, that band leaders don't have to go up to the Secretary of Tourism's office to try to get their monies from her. prudent management. And Madam Presiding Officer, and the point must be brought home that, and the Secretary of Finance, I think, would have cemented our point in terms of fiscal management. Because the Secretary of Finance went through the allocations or the releases to the THA from 2017 to 2023. In 2017, the Secretary indicated that the total releases to the THA was 1.9 billion. In 2018, similarly, 1.9 billion. 2019, 1.9 billion. 2020, 2 billion. 2021, 1.9 billion. 2022. So 2021 was when the PNM left office. And from 2017 to 2021, based on the information that the Secretary of Finance just gave us, the releases, the total releases to the Tobago House of Assembly was 1.9 billion, save and except 2020, which was 2-point-something billion. In 2022, when this administration came into office, the releases were $2.1 billion, $2 billion. And in 2023, it was a similar $2.1 billion. So, and the Secretary also indicated that in the past, the past administration from 2017 to 2021 was getting the funding month to month, sometimes at the end of the month. But now this administration is receiving the funding 2 months in advance. So, Madam Presiding Officer, you have a situation where you are getting more releases and you are getting it at more favorable terms, but yet still you are unable to manage.
Minority Leader, I would love to hear the Minority Councillor in her presentation by herself, please.
Yes, so it is clear, Madam Presiding Officer, that the PNM did an awesome job in office. And again, another demonstration where the PNM made governance look easy. So, Madam Presiding Officer, the Minority Leader would have made an amendment to the motion. And before I go into the amendment, I want to give another example of mismanagement. So, Madam Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary would have commissioned an audit when they came into office because it was presumed that there was some level of corruption in 3 programs. I think it was road resurfacing, agriculture access road, emergency works. The Chief Secretary would have also brought into the House the preliminary findings of the audit. And the Chief Secretary would have identified a number of areas that they think was, or based on the audit report, there was excess spending. And the Chief Secretary would have indicated one in particular in terms of hot mix, that the hot mix cost, and the Minority Leader would have spoken about it a bit, that the cost to place the hot mix was of $1,400 per ton was inflated. Madam Presiding Officer, we would have received information and we would have done a comparative analysis of the costs that were charged under the previous administration and the cost that is currently being incurred under this administration. And for that particular item in terms of to supply and place hot mix or asphalt, this administration, so the $1,400 per ton that was inflated, this administration is prepared to pay $2,700.
Members, for the last time, please turn your phones off or place them on silent. I've had too many interruptions with phones for the day. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, we had another instance, provision for erection and maintenance of project signs and directional informative signs. Under the past administration, this cost was $80,000. Under this administration, they are paying $232,000, a difference of $52,000. Protection/relocation of utilities. Under the past arrangement, it was $40,000. Under this current administration, the cost is $325,000, a difference of $285,000. Provision for health and safety. Past administration, the cost was $108,000. This administration, the cost is $448,000, a difference of $340,000. Provision of general environmental requirements. Past administration, $200,000. This administration, $445,000, a difference of $245,000. And Madam Presiding Officer, under most of the line items, the cost is twice and triple, sometimes 4 times. There's another to broom and clean roadway. $432,000 under the past administration. This administration is $1.665 million, a difference of $1.233 million. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I will submit that if this administration manages the resources that they have more prudently, it will go a long way in the benefit of all Tobagonians. Madam Presiding Officer, I also want to rebut a point by the Secretary of Finance. The Secretary of Finance spoke to the fact that bond financing was received in the tune of $163 million. And, Madam Presiding Officer, I am quoting here now from a monthly budget report that was laid today in the House as at the end of June 2024. And the Secretary of Finance indicated that the entire bond funding that was received was expended by the last administration, and we don't know where the money gone, and it was used to do emergency roads, and she asked the question if we see any road works done. But Madam Presiding Officer, based on this statement, under number 7, it says special purpose account, and it reads, the Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy, in accordance with Part 4, Paragraph 51B of the THA Act 40 of 1996, received the approval from the Minister of Finance in fiscal 2021 to acquire funding through the issuance of a THA bond. The total sum derived therefrom was $163,558,188. $106,222,219 and $57,335,969 were released to divisions in fiscal 2021 and fiscal 2022 respectively. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to pause because in fiscal 2022, the Tobago House of the People's National Movement was not in office. So to indicate that the former administration spent the entire 163.
Member, you have 4 minutes.
Based on this statement, Madam Presiding Officer, that information is inaccurate, and I thought it necessary to correct the reports, Madam Presiding Officer. The statement further went on to say that as at the 30th of June 2024, divisions, departments were not authorized to spend from the special purpose account THA bond. Actual expenditure and commitments were recorded at nil. So, Madam Presiding Officer, in my wind-up, I want to go back to where I started, and I think we have two options: continue what we're doing, or do something differently. And for us on this side, Madam Presiding Officer, there are two bills currently before the Parliament, and they not only offer us increased fiscal independence, but they offer us lawmaking powers. They offer us the ability to have a minimum parliamentary allocation of 6.8% or $4 billion when compared to 4.03% or $2.3 billion. With the bills in Parliament, we will have lawmaking powers, I indicated before, which we currently do not have. A fiscal review commission with authority to recommend additional funding for Tobago. And, Madam Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary, in piloting the bill, again, he expressed the fact that consecutive administration, be it PNM, UNC, whoever, they have not given the THA at the upper end. So if we have a minimum of 6.8%, Madam Presiding Officer, then I don't think we have to be here today admonishing the minister to give us more funding. So, Madam Presiding Officer, in conclusion, and Madam Presiding Officer, yes, the Chief Secretary indicated that within the ambits of the law that we are not receiving, and there is the authority to give the 6.8, but the Chief Secretary, I think, answered his own question. So successive governments have not done it, and with the current legislation, we are not saying that the legislations are perfect, but we would have moved. We would have moved from county council to the establishment of the Tobago House of Assembly in 1980. We moved again from the 1980 Act to Act 40 of 1996. None of those legislations were perfect, but it helped us to advance our economy and to advance the development of Tobago. And what we are saying that this administration, though imperfect, will move us along the development trajectory. So, Madam Presiding Officer, again, as I wind up, I want to say that the motion that is currently before us.
Member, your time is up.
Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to move that the speaking time of the member be extended by an additional 10 minutes.
Honorable members, the question is that an additional 10 minutes of speaking time be given to the member to conclude her presentation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, and I want to thank my fellow members for giving me an extended time. I don't think I would need the full 10 minutes. So, Madam Presiding Officer, in my wind-up, I would like to say that by the admission of the Chief Secretary and his team, all of Tobago and all of Trinidad and Tobago are now seeing that the administration is not able to fix the things that they said that they will fix. The original motion, Madam Presiding Officer, is calling for an allocation of 5.8% of the national budget, which in our opinion is short-sighted and lacks a comprehensive view of the broader fiscal governance and constitutional issues at play. So while it is important and while we agree that there should be greater funding, this needs to be done in a manner that is fiscally responsible, transparent, and aligned with the self-government bills in Parliament. Madam Presiding Officer, we also want to belabor the point that while you are seeking greater allocation, you must prove to all of us, all taxpayers, that one, you can report and account to the people for what you have spent so far. Madam Presiding Officer, there has been 3 consecutive budget statements laid in this House, and the Chief Secretary has not reported to the people of Tobago how it spent its allocation. We do not know, based on the budget statement, how much was spent on recurrent expenditure. We do not know from the budget statement how much was spent on development program, how much was spent from URP, how much was spent on CPEP, how much we saved and transferred as unspent balances. And Madam Presiding Officer, until we can account appropriately to the people, and until we can manage the resources that we currently have in a prudent manner, I want to join with the Chief Secretary in saying, in a previous dispensation when he sat on this House, it has nothing to do with funding, but it's about how you manage the resources. Thank you, Madam President.
Chief Secretary, Assemblyman Farley Chavez Augustine, member for Palliative Lanson Speyside. You may now wrap up this debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, as a linguist, I am often mindful of the evolution of language and how language changes over time and in communities. And I'm always particularly keen on the sociolinguistic conditions that fuel such change. And there is a term that I recognize, and you know when you're getting old when you start to say them young people. You realize that the age is going up. But it's a term used by the generation beneath my generation that perhaps best frames the responses we got from the minority. And the term is simply delulu. It was a common thread throughout their presentation, a sort of willful, delusional posturing, as if they are still ignoring the views and the intelligence of Tobago people. It is why they are in the minority right now. Because they thought that Tobagonians were buying what they were selling, when Tobagonians clearly understood that they were not the best things for Tobago. And I want to begin this wrapping up by addressing this notion that somehow them get short money, we get short money, but them manage better. Because if we're having an argument of management and P&M don't occur in the same sentence, fraction, sums, nothing at all. Yes, the councillor pointed out they got short money for CPEP and we got short money for CPEP. But guess what? We got short money for CPEP and still raise their salary and manage to pay it. They didn't even consider giving the CPEP people as a living wage. They got short change for URP. We got short change for URP and we still raised their salaries and gave them a living wage. And because we raised their salaries, it forced the central government to raise the salaries of those category of workers in Trinidad. Talked about food card and hampers, the minority leader and what was given out. But what's interesting? Since we decided we will not walk around with food cards in our back pockets, we were able, with the same short change, to increase from $500 food cards to food cards prorated all the way up to $1,500. This administration, we're talking management. You talk about education, and I heard the councillor, And I want to propose, Secretary of Education, that in all our secondary schools, I think English literature should be a mandatory subject so that people will get critical thinking skills that are lacking. It cannot be a boast that the THA and the Division of Education is spending identical sums as the Ministry of Education for the July-August school repair program. You see the complaints in Trinidad, protests, school that they now open, parents, they're protesting, $10 million roof, school still flat out. The Ministry of Education budget is over $8 billion, more than the entire Tobago House of Assembly. Clearly the ministry underspent and mismanaged their money so that they could not do the proper repairs to their schools. We, on the other hand, although not receiving sufficient allocation, was able to find the money, reallocate it, and carry it up to $20 million. And we know it's not perfect. We know we're still trying to get more furniture. We know that we have some work to be done and tenders are still going out. But certainly, we are doing better with less than even the ministries in Trinidad that have gargantuan sums. We're talking management. When we came into office at the sitting in January 2022, I stood in this house and I reported that the debt of the THA at that time stood at $954 million inherited, right? And the retort was, well, your win is your business now. We inherited that $954 million. And this evening we heard from the new Secretary of Finance that the current debt, and I want you to check it out, is $1,042,048,90. In other words, when we look at where we reached the debt and where it is now, almost 3 years later, clearly we have managed in a superior fashion to them. And the debt we inherited from these poor managers of Tobago's economy, it was equivalent to 40% of the total allocation of the TH at the time. And then, I'm sure they're wicked, after such a debt, knowing that the THA Capital Development Funding, our DP funding, and even passing $300 million on a good day, they will join with naysayers and critics to say, look, pay all the contractors, pay them. But the value of money owed to contractors by them is way more than what 3 fiscal years sum of actual DP allocation. Much more release. And I want to point that out quickly because, and Secretary of Finance, you did a marvelous job on your maiden presentation in the House. And I want to go on record as saying that the Division of Finance has had many petals work there, but you are the best petal to have happened in the Division of Finance, Trade and Economy. The others, I don't know what they were doing. And so, when we look at the fact the Secretary of Finance took a time to clearly explain that there is a difference between allocation and release. In other words, what they jump up in Parliament on Monday and say we will get is often what we will not get. And she pointed out how the ministry has illegally withheld releases from us, and she did so from the period 2017 to present. So when you are telling people we get more money, speak truthfully. Speak to the actual releases and not the allocation that you know that your colonial masters in Trinidad are not sending to the people of Tobago. Speak to that. Further, I want to correct, and that's not even an error, because I don't understand how you are an accountant, how you worked in the THS system for so many years, and don't understand how the THA and public accounts work. The bond financing monies were spent between September, October, and November to early December 2021. Therefore, the reporting will naturally occur in the fiscal period that is 2022 because most of it was spent in the 2 months preceding the December 6 election.
Correct.
They see election coming, they see the handwriting on the wall, they couldn't interpret the handwriting on the wall as in Babylonian days, but they realized something coming and they ran and they spent all the money. The reporting line happened in fiscal 2022, but it was not spent by this administration. And the councillor should have known that. The councillor worked in the Division of Finance. So that's a deliberate misleading of the people of Tobago and this house, Madam Presiding Officer. Then I want to speak to the issue of procurement process and prudent management. Let me tell you, this administration has had more Auditor General audits than any other. The Auditor General missing years for THA. But every year they are here. And given that they are here every year, if the Auditor General found anything, we would have known already. We would have known already. The issue about paying contractors.
Members, please, when somebody is presenting, allow them to do so uninterrupted. Please continue.
Madam Presiding Officer, the issue of paying contractors, they're making it look as though we don't give contractors any money. Although most of that debt is inherited, and I show the difference between the inherited debt of the THA of 954 million to the current debt of just 1.42 billion. And despite inheriting some bad debts, to date, we have spent in excess of $68 million paying Tobago contractors. I even heard talk about phone bill. But you know what is strange? I have on my desk right now from T&Tech bills owed by the whole THA for almost a decade. If T&Tech want, T&Tech could shut off the lights across the whole space. Unpaid. And then I thought the councillor, given the opportunity to speak after the petal, would have spoken about the injustice and the wickedness at the Ministry of Finance, where CAF gave donation to oil spill, they keep it. The CRIF CCRIF gave insurance money, they keep it. And then when it comes to the IOTPF, and I want to tell you this, with ITOF, we made submissions to get monies. You know how the THA knew that we made submissions to get monies? It's a good thing BA lost my luggage, and I had to look for a suit to go to the House of the Lords, and I saw representatives from Trinidad shopping in Oxford Street to tell me, oh, we come to see how much money we could get for oil spill. We don't know if money come or if money go. But clearly, the intent is not to support Tobago. So whether it was Eric Williams, Hurricane Flora, they keep it and spend it. The Link Road money, they keep it and spend it. We have a court case now for 80 million for that, right? Beryl, they keep it and spend it. Oil spill, they keep it and spend it. COVID, they keep it and spend it. Any grant funding where THA and Tobago is concerned, they keep it and spend it. And instead of the supporters in Tobago saying you can't do that, that is not right, they sit down and accept that. But you see, Madam Presiding Officer, some people have Stockholm Syndrome. And Stockholm Syndrome might be an apt phrase for people who are part of this cult called the PNM. Because they're so accustomed to abuse that they don't know when they have a good offer from a bad offer. You're here today asking this House, and based on how the amendments were framed, as if this House should just support carte blanche the current bills before the Parliament, saying that they could give us 6.8. But I remember 2013. I was a young man caught up in the toss of the politics, getting excited. And two things PNM told us in that election. PNM told us reject the Kamla bill, which offered 8%, reject it, and then on top of that, they come back and tell us that a Calcutta ship coming. Two things. And we all in Tobago got up, we rose up, we said, nah, that Kamla bill ain't good. Kamla ain't gonna come and take over this place. No, we don't want that. And we voted overwhelmingly for PNM. And then the same people who told us we couldn't accept Kamla bill unless they have 200 miles, come in and tell us, state the bills as they are. Although we are offering you less than somebody else, although we're offering you less than what you told us was not good enough, take it as it is, because that's a better bill. You see how deceptive? I don't know who more deceptive, PNM or the serpent that interacted with Eve. I don't know who more deceptive. That is deception at the highest. But I want to speak to one issue where the Tobago bill is concerned. Just one, Madam Presiding Officer. Because there are, in fact, many issues with the Tobago bill. And the reality is, I am on record as saying, we don't need to throw out the bills. Let us amend those bills to the extent they need to be amended and pass it. In fact, that's what I said to the central government, Mr. Hochoy Charles and myself, in November of 2021. And I have no regret sitting down and signing a document along with Mr. Hochoy Charles when it comes to Tobago autonomy. Because I know if he's in the room, we're in the correct place. Right? And all we did was to send to the Parliament and all parliamentarians a list of the differences between the bills sent down from former Chief Secretary Orville London and what was in existence in those bills. Some critical areas, and I just want to talk to one, which is the issue of defining Tobago. The bill seeks to define Tobago in a short change, PNM style way, and leave the notion of what constitutes Trinidad open for interpretation. And one of the vexing issues is that the Tobago position is not being recognized. We, meaning the people of Tobago, made very clear how it wanted Tobago to be defined. The Tobago position has been that Trinidad will comprise the island of Trinidad and other islands of the archipelago, which are enclosed as amended by the 2006 judgment, and Barbados, as well as...
Minority Councillor, can you please step out and answer your phone? I'm going to caution everybody for the last time. Put your phones on silent or take them off. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President Officer. So yes, so what Tobago sent down is this, that Trinidad will comprise the island of Trinidad and other islands of the archipelago that are enclosed as amended by the 2006 judgment, and Barbados, as well as jurisdictional limits mutually established in the intervening maritime areas separating the island of Trinidad from Tobago. But what we send down defines Tobago as such. Tobago shall comprise the island of Tobago, Little Tobago, St. Giles Island, Marble Island, Goat Island, Sisters Island, and other offshore islands, the archipelagic water lying landward, of the established strait base lines, as well as the 12-mile territorial sea measured seaward from the said baselines, and the super-adjacent airspace above these two aforementioned maritime areas and over the land space, and shall exercise sovereign and other rights over the living and non-living resources in the area around Tobago, designated as the exclusive economic zone under Part 3 of the Archipelagic Waters and Exclusive Economic Zone Act, number 24 of 1986, which extends to the limits established by internationally recognized maritime boundaries and limits agreed to in maritime areas lying between Tobago and Trinidad, and in a maritime area where no bilateral limits have been agreed to with the two neighboring states concerned to 200 nautical miles measured from the relevant baseline drawn around Tobago. That's what former Chief Secretary Mr. London and this House sent down to Trinidad. And they like to tell us that when PNM in Tobago and PNM in Trinidad Tobago get what it wants, that's a lie. Tobago is advantage when PNM is in Tobago and PNM is in Trinidad. And I want to end by giving you an example. Because they try to make the point that somehow we get it better with Imbert than they did. And that is because me and sitting down here like no Jack and not talk up on behalf of the people at Tobago. I am going to Imbert and telling what should happen. And so very early, in fact, the first member of cabinet I met with as chief secretary was the Minister of Finance. And in that very first meeting, I said quite clearly, we're not accepting any month-to-month. Perhaps nobody told him that before, but I made it very clear. And that, by definition, is not doing things the same way. That, by definition, is saying if you are accustomed to a docile and passive Tobago that accepts anything, that ended on December 6, 2021. That's different. So this motion I brought to the House today is not to beg for more money. In fact, I was super reasonable. I didn't even say give us 6.9 according to the DRC. It was accepted by the Parliament. The Parliament accepted this report. It's not a piece of paper in somebody's office. The Parliament accepted this report as a regulation. And they're still breaking it. We ain't even getting within the bandwidth. Because when they do the midterm review, we're getting far less, not even retaining the same 4.03%. And yet the minority is telling us, let us pass this bill and you'll get more money. Who is to say that they will actually observe the law this time? They have broken every law when it comes to Tobago. The law says give us quarterly in block, meaning we should get 4 equal payments. They break that. The law says that all revenues, tax and non-tax revenues in Tobago must remain in Tobago. They break that. The law says that where the revenues are in excess of the appropriation or the allocated sum, 50% must remain in Tobago. They break that. Who said that they wouldn't break our next law? And then the minister, like Lord of all, he decides whether he wants to give or not give. Madam President Officer, how much more time do I have? Do I have 5 minutes? I don't need all of that. But I need some of that to share excerpts of a legal opinion sought by the Ministry of Finance in the year 1999, 5th of January 1999. This legal opinion was provided to the ministry by one Russell Martino, senior counsel, and might I now add ORTT, because he was just awarded the highest honor by the country. And this is what Mr. Martino is saying, because it's not now we're grappling with this. Every chief secretary from 96 to now grappling with this same problem. Mr. Charles, when Mr. London probably stayed quiet except when People's Partnership in power, he raised his voice. All of a sudden we know about protocol and the right thing to do and encroachment. And I am still reading news articles where he's complaining about people coming up here and giving out grants and giving out this and this encroachment on THA. Mr. Charles, he didn't get an easy time from his own members. They kick him out faster than you think. And then, of course, we have the shortest serving chief secretary in our history. And everyone grappled with this same problem. But this is what Russell Martino had to say. He looked at the Exchequer and Audit Act. He looked at 5.2 of that act. 5.2 of that act gives the minister some authority if there are extenuating circumstances to reduce the spend across the space. But he says, and I quote, It follows that where there are no exigencies of the financial situation rendering limitation or suspension of expenditure from the consolidated fund, the minister must credit the House of Assembly in quarterly releases in advance en bloc. Even where the minister acts on the alleged basis of exigencies of the financial situation, he must do so reasonably and in good faith and upon proper grounds. Wade Administrative Law, 6th edition. There is nothing to the point that by Section 3 of the Exchequer and Audit Act, the minister has the management of the consolidated fund, or that by Regulation 63(2) of the Financial Regulations application shall be made to the Treasury to incur expenditure. Parliament has said in Section 47 of the THA Act how the minister will carry out his responsibility for management of the consolidated fund in relation to the Tobago House of Assembly. Further, Regulation 63(2) cannot override Section 47 of the THA Act. Under the latter, there is no need for the House of Assembly to apply for releases. Releases are to be made automatically each quarter. Releases are to be made automatically each quarter. It follows that the full detailed requirement of Regulation 63(2) does not apply to the Tobago House of Assembly, even though the House of Assembly should give enough detail for the Treasury to satisfy the Auditor General that the sums to be authorized by the Treasury would be lawfully authorized in accordance with the Appropriation Act. I am fortified in my conclusion above because of the purpose and history of the THA Act. As can be seen from the long title, the Act is to provide for, inter alia, powers and functions of the Tobago House of Assembly. The THA Act is intended to give powers to the Assembly and to liberate it, end quote. In other words, Russell Martino, Senior Counsel, ORTT, was saying since 1999 to the Ministry of Finance, you don't have the power to just decide if you're going to give the money or not give the money. You don't have the power to decide when you give the money. The law prescribes it for you strictly. Out of the goodness of my heart, and perhaps that's my biggest flaw, being too nice. And I remember asking, when we going to court? Perhaps all the goodness out of my heart, I said to the minister, look, you say I have a cash flow problem. The law says it must be quarterly. That's what the law says. But I wouldn't bat an eye if you give 2 months in advance and then the third. So we have predictability in the system. So we can manage the outflows. That's why we have managed the overdraft facility better than they have. That is prudent management. They're using words they don't even know. They don't even know the meaning of prudent. Prudent management, and yet they left behind $40+ million in overdraft fees to be paid from their time. If you are managing prudently, then you shouldn't leave us with $954 million in debt as of January 2022. That's not prudent management. And then when we look at how they distributed contracts, there's a next story. And then the councillor came fishing for examples. So she talked about rent and lease. You know what's the big difference? The big difference is that most of the work is now being done by the workers of the division. Therefore, we have to rent more equipment for them. As a matter of fact, they buy no equipment for them. The spreader and thing mash up. They didn't even leave proper spreaders. We had to spend the money and buy. And while we order and pay for them, Thank you very much. In other words, Madam President Officer, we are doing so much more work in-house. that we require tools we don't have, because the former regime didn't think it prudent to invest in tools and equipment. So now we're trying to utilize and increase and improve the productivity of the workers. We are now forced to rent more until we could get acquired, because some of these equipment really and truly are purpose built. You can't just walk in a showroom and see a spreader sit down there. You have to pay and wait. So while we wait, we see a natural increase in rent and lease. And I am of the opinion, and I've said it to the Secretary of Finance, I've said it to the Secretary of Infrastructure, if I have my way, do away with rent and lease completely and have sufficient equipment for the
Member,
division.
you have 1 minute remaining.
But, Madam Presiding Officer, this team will remain with the motion as originally tabled. On the matter of the bills before Parliament, our position remains the same. There is no need to write over the bill, but there is a need for serious and critical amendments to the bills that are there. We went as far as to provide every member of the Houses of Parliament, and that was provided again this year, a matrix that established the Tobago position, what Tobago sent down to Trinidad versus what is in the bill, to point out to them the areas of dissonance so that that can be corrected before the bill goes to the Parliament floor. You can't say to me, I will beat you up, I will mistreat you, but look this, I love you. We don't buy small talk. And so this motion is a signal to the Minister of Finance and the central government that the small talk done. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Members, as indicated earlier, there were amendments proposed. I would read each amendment in order as they were proposed. First amendment, to leave out the words, calls on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than the Chief Secretary's recommended 5.8% at the first resolution, and insert the words, agrees to support the bills currently before Parliament to increase the recommended budgetary allocation to a minimum of 6.8% of the national budget. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against, say nay. The amendment is denied. Second amendment, to leave out the words central government and insert the words Parliament after the word the and before the word urgently. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against, say nay. The amendment is denied. Third amendment, to insert the words supporting the bills currently in Parliament to increase after the word by and before the word its. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against, say nay. Nay. The amendment is denied. Honorable House, I will now put the original motion to the House. Whereas the Tobago House of Assembly, the THA, is constitutionally mandated to govern and manage the affairs of Tobago under Act 40 of 1996, and whereas the Dispute Resolution Commission, DRC, recommended that Tobago's allocation falls between 4.03% and 6.9% of the national budget, and whereas Tobago has consistently received allocations closer to the minimum 4.03%, which is insufficient to meet the island's growing needs, and whereas this underfunding severely restricts the THA's capacity to deliver essential public services, while also limiting support for key sectors that are vital to the island's economic growth and social stability. And whereas the National Budget Statement on September 30th, 2024 presents an opportunity to address the historical imbalance in funding by providing a more equitable share of the national budget to Tobago. Be it resolved that this House calls on the Minister of Finance to allocate no less than the Chief Secretary's recommended 5.8%, ensuring that Tobago has adequate funding for its critical development priorities. And be it further resolved that this House insists that the central government urgently address the historical underfunding of Tobago by increasing its budgetary allocation to adequately meet the island's expanding socio-economic needs. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against? Nay. The motion is carried. Clerk? Clerk?
Assemblyman Zoisha Hackett, member for Bethesda Lekato, how do you vote? Aye. Assemblyman Fali Augustine, member for Paltivel and Speyside, how do you vote?
Aye.
Assemblyman Joel Sampson, member for Kena Bonaccord, how do you vote?
Aye.
Assemblyman Ian Pollard, member for Mason Hall Moriah, how do you vote?
Aye.
Assemblyman Niall George, member Blackrock, how do you vote?
Aye.
Assemblyman Wayne Clark, member for Lambo Lands, how do you vote?
Aye.
Assemblyman Sam Craig, member for Mount Pleasant, how do you vote?
Aye.
Assemblyman Terence Bates, Bethany Grange, how do you vote?
Aye.
Assemblyman Nigel Tate, member for Senior Hill Patience Hill, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councillor Petal Ann Roberts, how do you vote? Aye. Councillor Orlando Kerr, how do you vote?
Aye.
Minority Councillor Petal Daniel Benoit, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Assemblyman Calvin Morris, member for Dal Spring Wim, how do you vote?
Abstain.
All right. From the
Members, the House is still in session. Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and you all can see that I have a very good, quick clerk. Honorable members, as per the division that just happened, we have 11 persons voting yes and 2 voting in abstention. Motion carried.
Motion for adjournment.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I now beg to move that this House stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Honorable members, the question put is that this House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against, say nay. The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. Honorable members, good evening.